not doing the pre-rolls anymore for the beginning just because it's kind of annoying. But yeah, so lots of interesting things today. I was researching yesterday. I know it was a short stream, but I was researching and I came across this thing called SSE, Server Sent Events. Now this is very interesting because these server sent events are supported by all major browsers. It's basically like a WebSocket, except it's unidirectional. It only goes one way from the server to the client. The client can't talk to the server this way, but it doesn't matter because you can just have the client send post requests to the server. So this is kind of like something that sort of predates WebSockets. It's far simpler to implement because you just have to make this like event source. Like it's literally this easy. You make an event source. This is like a URL. And then you just have like this on message thing. It's just that easy. It's really, really simple. I'll show you a little bit how it works. I implemented a very basic example on the server. So the client connects to the server. There's some kind of really terrible auth going on currently where I pass the token as a query parameter in Git. You shouldn't do that. But there's an alternative to that. I can send it through a side channel or basically just like have an alternate call to the server. And that can be an authenticated call. And I can basically say, hey, this client's event source with this particular token or whatever, that is for this user. And then the server can be like, okay, yep, sure thing. And I'll probably just do it that way. So that way, I can ensure that I'm not sending any users private game information with the session, which isn't a big deal. Like we only use those fields on Foony for things like the cards in a player's hand, if they're playing Foony flippers. So if a bad actor were to subscribe to some other user's feed, they would be able to see the cards in their hand. That's not ideal, and we can easily get around it. There's also a polyfill for SSE, and it also supports this bearer token header. But I don't use the polyfill. Because I feel like this polyfill, I haven't looked into the code. I guess we can look into it. But I think that this polyfill is going to be less than ideal. Because it just, okay, so it's got like this XHR wrapper thing, which allows it to do like the headers and stuff. Okay, and it's got that jazz there. Yeah, see, there's all this jazz. That's kind of annoying. And I didn't really want to deal with all this. So instead of doing this, we can just make a very simple version. All right, so how does this all work? I've got this server thing here, okay, right? And we have this listen, on listen. And yeah, basically you have, let's see, room here. So we got this listening on a new URI. This is the URI, right? Makes an event source on that URI. This basically says, okay, talk to this particular server. That's what this base path thing is. And then subscribe to events on this particular room. And then the server knows which user ID it is because we're passing in this token. But we don't want to pass in this token because this is actually the bearer token. So that's really bad. I don't think this gets leaked in HTTPS, but if you are just on HTTP or something, you can easily see the network traffic and you can see what the path is. Still, we don't want this to be in the query parameter. Let me see. Query parameter get HTTPS exposed. Okay. So so the query string itself, if I were to put it in the token in like this, it would be safe-ish. But then it's being stored in clear text on the server. I don't care about that. That's fine. Let's see. Seems like it's fine. The host name is basically just like, you know, Foony.com or something, which is visible. But that should be fine. Let's just make sure that it's not actually getting leaked. Okay, so, this is a bit of an issue here. Browser history, browser cache. Is that a big issue though? I think it's probably okay. Like, I might just add a to-do to secure it through a side channel thing. Actually, no, this is bad. Because, like, let's say the user's JWT expires while they're playing a game because they just love Foony so much that they want to play for like 3 days in a row with no breaks, and this is super duper unhealthy for them. But let's say that this token expires. I believe this event source here, the way that this is currently coded, the server would eventually be like, hey, this JWT is expired. You can't use this anymore. But the event source wouldn't care. It would still be using the same thing. So this actually is not going to work. Okay, we have to fix this. So the way we'll fix it is we can request a unique token from the server. And then, let's see. Okay, so have this game room. Oh, I should update the description because we're not doing the theme today. We're doing this SSE stuff because I'm so much more excited about this. Let me update that. Let's see. This is the, where's it called? Stream information, I think. Yeah. So How about better than socket.io, which is kind of clickbait, but this is probably better for us than socket.io. Just because for this particular use case, I think it's well, it's just simpler to deal with. It's not necessarily better, but I think it is less resource intensive on the server, hopefully. I guess it kind of depends though, because you're going to be doing this JWT stuff quite a lot. You know what? I maybe I'll rename the thing here just because this is how about socket.io alternative? Yeah. That sounds better. Less ridiculous. Okay. So we have a listener. We need to set up like an action thingamabobber. How do I want to do this? So this is going to be a room action, I think. And let's call it something like create room event token. Gotta have those long names, you know? And so what does this do? Creates a unique token that a client can use to subscribe to events for a given room. And the way we'll do this is when a user connects to one of these event things, it'll receive the current state, and then that state will have like a particular ID associated with it. And this ID will increment every time the state changes. And we'll be able to use that to figure out, well, I don't even know if I need that. But basically, the client will only receive updates like from that point on. So if I change like one of the keys to something else, then when the broadcast event happens, that client will receive only that one key and change. And we can batch the updates so that clients only receive updates every like 100 millis. Or we can just send them immediately. Actually, I don't even think we need to batch the changes. We can just like immediately send the client all the updates. That should be totally fine. Yeah, so basically we're taking like this local database thing that we have going on the server. Local fire, oh, what was it called? Local DB? No. But anyways, there's something on the server which basically implements a very simple version of Firebase. And I use it to wrap all of the sets and updates. So we'll have something like that. We might move it to the shared library, and that'll be implemented on both the client and server. And that way, the client, when it gets these broadcast messages, can know what the state is. And we'll use our create global state that we have, which is an alternative to Redux, so that we can still listen on individual parts on our React components. The plan here is that it's going to be very fast. I also saw this video the other day. This one right here. And I think I know why the performance was so bad.
To dive all the way back.
So the performance is really bad here, I think, because of the open file descriptor limit. There's like a limit of like 1024 or something per process in Linux by default, but you can change it. I don't know why Go is so performant here. Maybe it does something weird and it doesn't need to have so many open file descriptors. I don't know. But I'm wondering if maybe that's this issue. I mean, you know, you've probably got some garbage collection going on here too, but I bet this is mostly an open file descriptor limit. But yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that because we will have an issue with open file descriptors. Okay. So create room event token. Creates a unique token that a client can use to subscribe. Yeah, okay, cool. That looks great. Let's go ahead and go down here. So basically what this method here is, or this API call, is it's going to be something that just authenticates a user and it's going to return some kind of a token to the client that the client can then use to subscribe to events. Trying to think. Is there anything special that we need to do here for that? Because I'm trying to think, like, if a client connects from multiple tabs, we have an option of either only allowing the last one or keeping like a list of all of them. I think we'll just allow the last one. Keep it simple. Okay. And the reason I'm taking this break from the redesign is just because I found out about this really cool SSE thing, you know? And all I can think about is implementing this on the server and the client. And I'm shocked that nobody talked about this thing. Everybody talks about Socket.io, but there's this really cool thing. Okay, so room ID of the room to token for. All right, it's just that simple. So now we've got this. Go ahead and add it there. Shared library for that is done. Now I can go ahead and write the client code for this. All right, so the client code is going to be real basic. We no longer need to do this token. Instead, well, we'll still have a token, but it'll be created a little differently here. So now the token is just going to be, I guess I could still use a JWT token for this whole thing. I legitimately could use a JWT token for this. Well, let's just await call. When I do a call though, I don't want to just do a call. I want to call to a particular server. So let's get callable, but that's not exposed. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have this other method and I'll export it and just like Yeah. Let's do that. So we'll export an async function here, call blah. And this will be call room. And then we can take all this jazz. I see. So this is optional here. I don't want to put the room ID last, just because it's ugly. To have it like this. You know what? Maybe I'll do this instead. We'll just say that, bang, it's included 100%, even though it may not be. And then I'll put a comment explaining why I'm doing this. There we go. Okay, so now we have an explanation of what the heck is going on. There we go. So now we have a way of directly specifying a room. So now we do this, and now this is going to be create room token. And we have to pass in the room ID. There we go. Great. So now we can do that and we'll get a token back. We just have to implement this on the server now. All right, so now we do this, actions. All right, now that is a mouthful of one. So what is it that we want to do here? Let's just find a really simple one. Yeah, it looks pretty simple. With how many of these I write. Oh, hi, Temptations, welcome back. It's going really well. So we're taking a small break from doing the redesign because I was researching something yesterday called SSE, and it's really cool. Basically, have you heard of socket.io? or WebSockets. SSE is a little different. It's like unidirectional, so you can only talk from the server to the client. But that's perfect because that's exactly what we're using the Firebase real-time database for. So instead of sending the data out to Firebase, the real-time database, we'll just have the client open up a connection, and with SSE, it's automatically reconnecting and all that jazz. And we'll just like directly send it to all the clients. And then what we can do as well is we don't have to send the full state. We can figure out what state we have to send to each client on each of these updates. Basically, we just send the current state whenever the client does the initial connection, and then we just send the updates on every update, you know, for that particular client. And we have to worry about the user ID, so we have to do some sort of authentication, which I'm implementing now. But other than that, it'll be good. It works faster that way. Yes, this should be faster than Socket.io. It's simpler to implement. There's one caveat. It could be worse in some circumstances. So if you're familiar with how the internet works, basically there's like a whole bunch of nodes. So if I want to talk to your computer or I want to talk to a server, I send out like an IP request and it just knows about like the next hop. Okay, so there's like this table on my computer, which is like a ARP routing or what, I don't remember the exact word. But basically it knows like for certain IP ranges where the next hop is. So or the next computer on the way there. So I send out this IP request, I send it to the next hop. That computer knows how to continue routing that request, and it keeps routing all the way through. The problem is that any of these nodes, any of these hops along the way, it could be on really old technology. And if it's on old enough technology, that particular server might not know how to route an SSE request because this is a little different. It doesn't have a content length. So very old servers might think that the server's going to keep sending more info. And it will eventually, but that's not how it works. So it'll just kind of hold on to all these packets. They'll just bundle up and it won't ever get to the destination. But the solution is don't support old servers. Exactly. And we don't have to support the old servers because the old servers are so old, they don't support HTTPS in most cases. So even though this might have been an issue a few years ago, I don't think it's an issue anymore. And so what I'm expecting to get out of this, get with the times, Grandma. I'm getting with the times, you know. So what we do is, you use SSE, right? I mean, we can't use web transport. That's too new. It's not supported on Firefox or Safari, but we can use SSE. And the particular way that we're doing this, I'm very, very excited about. I think that we'll end up getting very low latency and it'll be very performant. We'll have to make a fix though, because like this video, did I already delete the video? This one here. Like this video says, there is like a file descriptor limit. I mean, he doesn't say it. I'm not sure if he knows about it. He might. But there's like a file descriptor limit. And when you hit 1,000 connections, things go haywire. I would have loved to see this graph at like 500 connections instead of just at 1,000 and 1,500. I feel like it doesn't tell the whole story. Oh, this is what it was. Okay, so yeah, this is 500 connections. You see here the performance between Go and TypeScript is very similar. It's just that when you hit 1,000, which is the file descriptor limit, it goes crazy unless you configure it. This is configurable. This is something you can change. This is not the fault of TypeScript being a lot slower than Go. It is slower, but not this much slower, I don't think. So yeah, that's what we're working on. And I'm hoping that by the end of the day, maybe we'll have Dynamite working on this, and that would be really cool. Yeah, I'm excited about this because this is something nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about SSE. It's all socket.io. And it blows my mind. Like, if this actually works and it works well, then Foony should be able to support a lot of players in Dynamite, even before the optimizations. Okay, let's see. I mean, it'll still be a lot of data, but it'll be cool. Okay, so now we get the user ID. Great stuff. Get the room ID from there. All right, so now we just have to do this, rooms, okay. Good morning, Altherant, welcome back. You are raid leading for the first time, which game? And good morning, I do need to get my tea, it's brewing right now. Altherant, there is some really cool thing, a really cool technology called SSE that I cannot wait to show you. Oh, ESO, okay. I've played it very briefly. SSE. E. So SSE is basically like a competing technology to socket.io or WebSockets. And my understanding of it is it's much less resource intensive, but it's unidirectional. It's not, the client cannot talk to the server. But that doesn't matter because we're just using this to replace Firebase. It's useful for this one. I mean, you're gonna have some extra latency for some things, but two-way comms are used for anything? Sure. But I want to use this for broadcasting state from the server to the clients. And I don't want to deal with the reconnections and stuff of socket.io. So I didn't want to bring a big heavy dependency in. I don't have to. Oh, socket.io handles reconnections and stuff. Sure, I don't even know if socket.io will work for my architecture. Server sent events? Yeah. So I'm gonna try out server sent events because they're very simple. And it's just something that nobody ever uses. Everybody uses socket.io instead. Maybe yes. except stuff like rooms, or if you have any specific thing you do on your own. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm just gonna have this thing listen to rooms, and then it'll handle changes in state and stuff. We might try implementing socket.io later, but I want to try SSE first. See if I can use it to replace a large part of what I use the real-time database for. Okay, so this is going to be create room token. You'd go with socket.io directly? What makes you choose socket.io over something like SSE? Because a lot of the time you want to propagate an event client to client. I never want to talk client to client. I only want like a, is it called hub spoke model? Yeah. Basically, I want something like this, where the server is in the center and the clients talk to the server, and the servers push events back to the clients. If a client moves, the other clients have to get the info, no? Yes, but I don't want other clients getting the info from other clients, because what if one of the clients is bad? You know, what if they're a bad actor? They could send that they're somewhere that they're actually not, but I want the server to authenticate everything. You can propagate it to other clients in one line. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm curious. I want to know how this SSE thing works. Socket.io is cool. But yeah, I don't know. I just want to try this SSE thing out. Okay, so game room, here we go. We got add listener. We need create event token. So one thing that SSE does not have is it doesn't have a way to modify the headers, which is unfortunate. That's why I have to do this kind of like side channel thing where the client requests a token from the server and then it sends it back in SSL, you know, like HTTPS, just to make sure that I don't have clients connecting to other players, you know, data. Then they'd be able to like read the cards in your hand or something, and I don't want that. You can't Google anything on SSE. It's very rarely talked about. It's hard. It's hard. Server sent events. Yeah, there's so little. Well, let's just keep the discussion not there. SSE for Node.js? Yep, that's what we're implementing. I've already implemented it. This is like, literally this is the implementation, like, done. You know, like, this is basically all you need to do. Basically. So, are you late? I mean, we're just implementing SSE on the client and server. I already implemented a very simple example just to test it out. Now we are securing it. So we're passing in, or we're creating a token on using a side channel, just like a regular API call, because this allows the authorization header, the thing that includes like a bearer token. And then that'll return a unique token to the client, and the client can use that to establish a connection instead of leaking the entire token. Because if we leaked the entire token, then if that gets leaked somehow or read by some bad actor, they would basically be able to control somebody's account, and we don't want that. You cracked Azure Portal, you have 2 RDPs for free. Okay. As in like the remote desktop thing? Yeah. Okay, create event token. So how do I want to do this? Okay, maps user ID to the last, or to the token they can use to establish an event session. Yeah, so we can use this to, we're not even broadcasting the same data to all the clients. We're broadcasting different data. Or some clients are receiving extra information. Okay, user ID to token, so user ID to token bracket user ID. Create new event token. Honestly, that could just be this new event token equals blah. Now how do I want to make this token? It could be like really basic. This doesn't need to be mega secure or anything. Like I could literally just make it a hash. You really think I should try Socket.io? I will try it later. But again, I'm not even 100% sure that I can do Socket.io quite in the same way. I mean, maybe I can, I'm not sure. Like, Socket.io might require me to do something weird with my ingress. Right? Because like this is like a whole thing. So because we're using Kubernetes and services, so I might have to expose an extra port or something on the ingress and handle routing it or something. This is my hesitance for using Socket.io. Like, does it go over TCP? I can tie it to my existing listener. And port. Okay, so I can use what, port 443 or something? If I ever want to scale, I might have some issues setting up with some Google products. This is what I'm concerned about, and I don't think I'm going to have any of these issues. I don't use Google App Engine. I use Kubernetes. Yeah, so again, I might try it later at some point, but I think SSE is going to do everything I wanted. I forgot to listen to Juice World. I'm so sorry. I will try to listen to it today. My apologies. Yeah. I just got so wrapped up in this and I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. And then I spent a long time working on this. Not a long time, maybe just like, what, couple hours? Let's see. So data, blah, blah, blah. Let's just make a really bad hash. And I'll say this is good enough for now. What to do to actually do something that's proper. So key and then seed. Ah, oh, right. Yeah. Weak hash is a particularly weak hash. It's literally like an int32. Okay, that's totally not. Int32, I thought it was bigger than that. 32-bit int. Okay, that's not gonna work. I mean, it's kind of gonna be like a JWT token. It's just... Yeah, let's just make it a JWT token, I guess. Okay, let me think. HTTPS utils does this JWT authorization stuff, right? So it should have something similar. Oh, right. And then I do like this whole like token cache thing so that I'm storing the keys and all that jazz. Right. Let's see if Firebase has a way of doing this. Firebase, create token. Just so I don't have to like re-implement any of this. Okay, cool. So we have like create custom token, which I almost certainly do. Yep, right there. Oh, but we don't want to do that because if we use like an actual token, then well, that would be bad. Hold on, I'll be right back. Because then they could use it to like actually log into the account. So I don't want to do that. Be right back. All right, I've got a few solutions. You got an inbox that someone gifted you a tier 1 sub? Yesterday, the person that we rated, there was like somebody who did a whole bunch of gifts or something, so maybe it's from that. Let's see, token. So we could do something like this. But, I mean, this seems particularly overkill. What do you have to do with it? I don't think you do anything with it. I think if you just like watch their stream, you don't get ads or something. I mean, I could do something along these lines, but that just seems like mega overkill. I didn't know that. That's good to know. Yeah, I guess I don't want to do this create custom token thing. Okay, let's just do a really basic one, and then I'll have a to-do to maybe use. To do this. And honestly, a weak hash is probably okay. Because this is not particularly, it doesn't need to be particularly secure. There. Okay, you know what? That's honestly good enough for just a token. It's possible that multiple people have the same token. It really doesn't matter. All right. So now that that's done, let's go back to the server index. All right, so we have this on lesson here. We're no longer going to do this authorization thing. And in fact, we're just going to totally skip it. Also means we don't have user ID here. And now it's way simpler, at least. No more checking the JWETs. No longer doing this. Don't need that anymore. In fact, that can all be simplified as well. Don't need this anymore. Okay, now that is reasonably simplified. But now we have to get the user ID. And the user ID comes from rec. Oh heck, what was this? rec.query.token. Yeah. Okay, rec.query.token. And we no longer need to add listener. Now we just do token. And let's just do this. There we go, even simpler. This is a string. All right, so this is no longer a user ID. Now this is a token. Ah, I see. This is an issue. Okay. Well, actually, let's just have the client pass in the user ID as well. Easy, problem solved. Okay, so we've got user ID and token now. All right, so if this dot user ID to token bracket user ID not is equal to token or not token, then we need that res thing. We can't just throw an error like the rest of our code because we have no error handler. We don't have an HTTPS error handler thing. There's no need for it anyways. All right, so verify that this thingy happens. All right, cool. And now at this point, we're reasonably certain, not 100% certain, but reasonably certain that this user is who they say they are. There's a chance that they're not who they say they are, but it's honestly fine. Nothing came breaking. All right. And now we just return this. Can even just be like that, token, just to make a little more sense. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, and let me show this part here. So like, let's say I have an interval. Set interval, right. let's just say every 2,000 or 2 seconds, we'll have some counter, and we'll response.write data. You were learning Django CMS? All right, that's pretty cool. Python. Let's see, and now let's just clear the interval here. All right, so you'll be able to see, let's see, where is this? Needs to be the room. Here we are. Okay, we have a token. We're gonna go ahead and log that because I'm pretty sure this is not token. This is probably like data. And it's probably gonna be like an object with token in it. Data as in. What is my daily routine? I wake up around 8 p.m. I shower or exercise, or I guess like when I first wake up, I don't usually shower. I, brush my teeth. Maybe I'll get breakfast. I have like this healthy meal stuff I do. Then I get on my computer, mess around for a little bit, then a shower, exercise. Usually in that order, and you'd think it should be the other order where you like exercise, and then you shower. But for some reason, I typically shower and then I exercise. Yeah, then I just kind of get on my computer all day long. Then I'll stream, and then after the stream, I'll mess around a little bit more for a few more hours and go to bed. So, I don't know. I stay healthy and I code as much as possible outside of playing games. And watching like some YouTube or something. Sometimes I'll listen to like an audiobook as well. Do I play games? Yes, I do. Like Lost Ark. We recently beat Hard Vaulton, so that was cool. That's like the big hard boss for that game right now. Okay, so Minecraft. I played Minecraft quite like a long time ago, but yeah, I played a lot of Minecraft. It's a fun game. Okay, let's see. I think we're pretty good. We're ready to test this out. Is there anything else? I think that's it. It's so nice to fail honing on Lost Ark. Oh, you play Lost Ark too? Yeah, I've failed so many of my hones trying to get to like plus 18 and plus 19. Mostly like getting to plus 18. But, it's like you get a little bit closer each time. So you're still making progress. I much prefer the honing system on Lost Ark to some other games. Some games that start with like an M and end with Able Story. All right. So now when I connect to a room, I believe it'll it'll start. Well, actually, it might fail the first time, but it will log what the data is that's coming back, and that'll be very easy to implement here. All right. Objects, data, data.data. Wait, no. Yeah, data.data. Okay, cool. And that's what we need. Wait a minute. This call room, this data, that's not an any. That is very much not an any. That is a T. Oh, right. It's not a T, it's a it's not an action. Oh no, it is a right, because we don't actually store what the type is. Okay, it's an any. Yep, that's what it is. It's just an any. So I'll just do this. All right, and now we need to pass in the user ID as well. And if this was just a JWT, then we wouldn't have to pass in the user ID because the JWT would contain the user ID, but I don't really care. This is totally fine, working as intended. All right, so we've got user ID here as well. We'll just pass that in along there, if not room ID or not user ID. Great stuff. All right, now you can see updates coming in from the server. It's a little funky. For some reason, I am getting them out of order. Wait, no, I have 2 connections. Oh, wait, what? I have 1 connection. How do I have 2 connections? Oh, because the user ID or the room ID changes, then maybe that's it. I mean, it's got source close. Hold on, let me see what's going on. Let's just do this. Why am I still receiving updates? It's like it didn't want to close. Okay. All right, that makes sense. We're receiving updates. Great stuff. Then I leave. I still get updates. Why? It's like it didn't want to close. Source dot destruct. Wait, no, what? Let's figure out what's going on. All right, so that causes it to listen. And then it says leaving room and it never says that it stopped. Room.tsx. What if I join a new room? And now it's just listening on both. I think SSE also has a limit of like 6 connections at a time. I cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. What? Hmm. I wonder why that occurred. Server response, game room, add listener. So it failed at right here. Cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. But we only do this once. And add listener is only called from here. And on listen only does this. The only thing I can think is that this course handler is what's messing it up. I could just like not have the course handler here. Maybe that would be the solution. Let me see what happens if I do that. Just like a dummy method that just does nothing. Just for testing. but I really want to know why this room thing isn't working. Because the way the use effect works is the return method gets called when the component's life cycle ends. Oh, I figured it out. Yeah, I figured out why. So it's because of this async, right? Yeah, this is obviously not ever going to get called because I'm not returning anything. So that would do it. How do we solve it? Pretty simple. We just have to define the source out here. And then we just do this. And now we do this. Now it gets called. If it exists. And let's just move this out as well. There we go. Much simpler. I mean, not simpler, it is more complex, but whatever, you know what I mean. All right. So I think we fixed the bug. Let's try this out. Oh, I might actually join a random. Okay, cool. Did not join a random room. All right, so now when I leave, closes the source, I don't get any more updates. Yeah, okay, so event source allows 6 connections at a time. Okay, so this should be good. Okay, be right back. One sec. All right, so now what we need to do is when the client connects through an SSE, we need to send them the state, the current state of the room and all that other jazz. I also have to figure out if I need the course stuff or not, because I think this is causing an issue. All right, so now we need this thing. I'm just going to remove this interval because we don't really need it. So set up initial send current state to the client. So what we'll do here is we're just going to send them like the room information, basically all the stuff that's already being sent by Firebase. We're not going to worry about doing any crazy optimizations here yet. We're just going to make it work. All right, so we'll send them the room. We'll send them the room members, I guess. Tomorrow's your interview. Good luck. Okay, so now we have the room members. That's going to be all that jazz. Public rooms that can stay on Firebase. Messages as well could be moved over here. Maybe I'll just call it room messages, just to be a little more like, yeah. Let's see. So we've got messages, the room ID. May not have anything here, so it might be nothing. And if it's nothing, it's null. Oh yeah, and there's to be like rooms and then there we go. Okay. Hi Bruno, welcome. We're implementing SSE, which is something that is very not used because everybody just uses socket.io instead. SSE gets a really bad rap, but I'm very curious why people just ignore it. Because it seems to me like it could actually be pretty good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, but this is gonna replace a lot of the Firebase real-time database, basically entirely replacing the real-time database. The issue with the real-time database is there's only 1,000 writes a second, and with this change, I think we can push that limit a lot higher. So it just depends. There's multiple things we're gonna need to do. We'll need to increase the file descriptor limit because there's a limit of 1,000. But we can easily bump that up to like 100K, I think. And yeah, like let's see what kind of performance we can get out of this. So we've got messages, game sessions. This is the important part. So game sessions. Let's see. Now this is going to be specifically this game session. Get game session. All right, take care. Now let's see. We'll have to do this again, I think. I need to make sure that I'm sending enough data to the client so that the client understands what all is going on. And sending them the entire game session, that's definitely not going to work. We need to send them much more fine-grained information here. Calesius? I've seen Calesius before. but I didn't go with them. Yeah, I ended up just making my own instead of using Calesius. But it looks kind of cool. Your friend is the owner of Calesius. That's actually amazing. Yeah, I looked at this. I was really considering it. It looks like they've got a really cool Bomberman thing too. Oh, let me bring it over here so people can see. I forget why exactly I didn't go with it, but it's kind of like a full stack kind of thing. There was some reason I didn't use it. It might have just been that maybe their lobby system didn't do everything I wanted. I don't remember. So I essentially wrote my own. Let's see, game session. Okay, we got all that jazz. Yeah, so it's like gonna be one of those things. Yeah, I prefer this. Okay, cool. So we don't want the entire game session. I guess we'll just call it like, what do we have? Use game session. So we'll call it game session public. And that's going to be game session.public. Or no. And then we have game session. Did I work Google? Yeah, I worked for Google. I worked for almost 4 years. I was working on Android performance. So you can ask me questions about resources.arsc or something, you know, like pretty specific stuff, I guess. But yeah, I worked on Android performance. So, you know, optimizing file format and stuff. And I also did some work on ProGuard, also performance related. So for ProGuard, it was like reducing memory usage and speeding it up. And ProGuard is a tool for Java code to make it faster. Okay, game sessions. So game session. All right, so what we're working on now is we're working on a site called Foony. This thing. And yesterday and the day before and the day before that, I was working on the redesign. We have a flat layout. So it looks more like this. You can see there's quite a big difference. So I've been working on the flat layout and implementing it. I can toggle between the two, but I took a small break today because we're working on SSE. That's like a very simple version of socket.io. Is Foony.com my site? Yes, it is. I have written the vast majority of code for this site. Yeah, I co-founded this with a friend. Yep. And the things I don't do the design. So I get given these Photoshop files. We hire a designer and they make this pretty layout. And then I have to convert this whole thing to code. And I don't do the sound or music. That is done by the very talented Corey Sound, which is listed somewhere over here. He's like, yeah, this guy. JavaScript or TP? I'm guessing TP stands for toilet paper. I don't normally code in toilet paper just because it's kind of hard to take it from there and move it to actual code. But I use something called TypeScript, which is kind of like JavaScript, but with static types. So I much prefer TypeScript to JavaScript. I do not think Foony would be feasible in JavaScript, just because it would be a nightmare to maintain. TypeScript, the type information and the type guarantees really help a lot, just because of how large it is. How do I normally do this game state thing? Public and private game state, okay. How to learn English well? Well, it helps if you're born in an English-speaking country, because then you don't really have to worry about it. So I don't know, I can't really comment too much because I haven't had to learn English. But the fact that you can speak 2 languages is amazing, right? Like, I'm terrible at speaking any other foreign language. I can speak a tiny little bit of like Japanese, but very minimal. And your English is far better than my Japanese, for example, like far, far better. So I think that's already pretty amazing and you're doing a good job. Game state, public, and if that's not there, then no. All right, so now the public and private game state and all that jazz gets sent. Coolios. Now we just need to have the broadcast thing implemented. Yeah, that's totally fine. This is a special case, right? I'm totally fine with you sending the Discord link. Just this once though, because you asked. All right. Well, thank you for asking. I appreciate it. All right. So now whenever I click this, it should give me the entire state of all the room messages, the room members, everything. Cool, and it does. That's really great. So now I just need to figure out if this is what I want or if I want to be a little more specific here. I think this is fine. All right, so now we need to make this like a listener thing. So how do I want to do this listener thing? I almost want to tie it to like the local state thing somehow. All right, well, let's see if this is ready for a commit. I think this is plenty big enough for a commit here. Okay, we've got this create room token thing. So we're not sending we've still got a little bit of safety and we're not sending people's bearer tokens all over the place. So that's useful. Get room messages. Yeah, we had to add that. Had to do that. Cool. This was something separate. How was my experience at Google? Honestly, it was pretty great. A little boring, I guess, after a while. But people are brilliant at Google, like really brilliant. The code that you read is beautiful. You learn how to write beautiful code as well. They follow a lot of best practices. You can look at like pretty much all the code at Google except for like some specific things, like really specific things. So you can see a lot of the code and it's all beautiful. And you can learn a lot just by reading the code. Why did I leave? A number of reasons, you know, like my benefits were getting slashed a little bit. The food didn't taste as good as it used to. Like, I mean, there's this thing at Google where when they'd have a new cafeteria, they'd have great food, and then they'd lower the spending and it would no longer be great after a while. And they had these really sad brownies or muffins or brownies, I think. I don't know. It was like they had vegan brownies or something, or vegan, I think it was brownies. They're just like these sad, crumbly brownies that don't taste great and they just make me sad. So yeah, I saw these things keep getting cut. The yearly like party thing used to be like we'd go to like Lake Tahoe the first year I was there, and that was the last time I ever went to Lake Tahoe. And then it just ended up being like bad after that. Am I vegan? No, I'm not. I will eat anything. I'm health conscious. Like I'll try to avoid a lot of sugar and stuff, but I'm not vegan. Yeah, so that was kind of sad. Anyways, I mostly left though because I wanted to work fully remote. Fully remote would be great because I could just do, you know, I could eat whatever I wanted and do more things on my own time and work really, really hard. And that would be great. Hi Buna, welcome back. Yeah, we are working on SSE currently, which this will greatly reduce latency, especially for very large matches for Dynamite and stuff. This replaces the real-time database. So instead of the server sending the data to the database and then all the clients connecting to the database, the clients just set up like this server-side or server-sent events kind of stream. It's like a connection, and then the servers just push all of the data, all the changes to the clients. So when the initial connection happens, we set up the current state, and then any of the updates we just push to all the clients. You've been working with a small team, but you don't feel your team is mature enough to work remotely. That is totally a valid concern. A lot of junior devs struggle with remote work, but I feel like the senior devs can be pretty good with remote work. Like for me, for example, when I work remote, I have a 4K TV. It's basically like 4 monitors, you know, it's like 4 1080p monitors all together because of how large it is. And I have my code up on this thing. What you're seeing is just part of my screen, right? Because it's too big for most people to see all of it. And then I have like a wide monitor over here. You know, I've got my mechanical keyboard. I've got a great mouse. I've got a great setup here. My bathroom is close by, so I don't have to like, you know, go up and walk to the other side of the hallway. I can code a lot more at this setup than I can in an office. And I can also work harder. Like, I enjoy work. I enjoy code. This is my hobby, and it's like my passion. So I am totally cool working 50, 60 hours a week. It doesn't burn me out. Now, if I work like 80 hours a week or 70 hours a week, I will burn out. But 50 to 60 is totally fine. And juniors need someone to tutor, and it's much easier to be in the same place. I 100% agree. Yeah. Because there's always that awkwardness with being fully remote if you're like a junior and getting help. The best way I found is doing something like, you know, TeamViewer or something along with like Discord with like video. That tends to be pretty productive, but the problem is it's really awkward, right, in that kind of an environment unless you're like really close friends. And most people are just uncomfortable with that, so it ends up being much less efficient because they end up not doing that. So that's just a bit unfortunate and a bit like a lot easier in person. Okay, so let's say closing source, all that jazz. We can simplify that code a little bit. But like for me personally, I will do anything to avoid going back into an office. You like to be in touch with people? You're afraid about the future? Why are you afraid about the future? Are you worried that it's going to be more remote work and stuff? Simple list, all that jazz. This is game grid view. That stuff is. Yeah. I mean, I think after the whole pandemic, yeah, I think most people will go back to normal. I think it's just that maybe I'm hoping now fully remote positions are more normalized and more a thing. Because I think for some people, it can be really beneficial. But I know that there's definitely those people who prefer going into the office. I'm just not one of them. For me, it's like very draining to do that. Okay, so this is, let's see, add SSE region on server/client. All right, so we go and do that. Let's finish up this one coming soon thing real fast though. And we'll get this commit in, and then we'll go ahead, we'll do a deploy. We'll test and make sure that it works on Ingress. Sorry for blurring me. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean like distracting or something? I wouldn't worry about it. It's all fun. All right. Sounds good. Good luck with your studies. Okay, so we want to have some padding. We can't have padding here though. We want a border here. So we're gonna do like 2 pixels dashed. Let's just say purple. We'll change the color and make it all look good soon. This outer thing here, we need a padding here. So let's just do like padding, I don't know, 20 pixels. All right, great. Great stuff. 20 is obviously way too much. 8 pixels is a lot better. All right, let's figure out what this stuff is here. All right, so about 8 pixels. Great, perfect. When in doubt, padding of 8 will be really great. All right, so we've got this border. I don't even know if this was the right thing. Let's see. That is not, that is the outer thing. Here we go. That's what I want. 6 pixels. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I really like the music. I'm honestly very impressed with the quality of music on the Twitch soundtrack. All right, we've got the 6 pixels there. Now I just need the color, which is gonna be this one. I need 1 emoji dancing. Okay, we'll put that on the to-do list. Dancing emoji. Man, look at all the things to do now. Wow, there's so many. This is great. I like having lots of things to do, lots of tasks, because then I can just pick and choose the most fun ones. So here's kind of my strategy. Instead of doing socket.io, what I want to do is I want to do SSE, and then for Chrome, I want to use web transport. And then once Firefox and Safari and everybody catch up, I want to switch the SSE over to web transport as it gets supported. I'll just totally skip the whole socket.io fad. Okay, so we need to change this to be 20%. There we go. That seems a lot more faint than the other. It's configured to be exactly that, right? 20%, that's what it says. This is, as Photoshop defines it, this is the same color. It is not the same. There's no way this is the same color. All right, let's try this then. Let's just bump it up. That's a bit closer. Yeah, I'd say that's actually way closer. All right, so now that part's done, and now we need a padding of 8 on this outer border. All right, there we go. Now we just need to like justify the content, all that jazz. Yeah, I just love coding. It's just so much fun. Whoops. One thing I like doing a lot too is just like learning new things, like, you know, playing around with the new technology and stuff like SSC. This is new for me, okay? I know it's been around for ages, but it's new to me. And I want to do Go at some point. I've heard really great things about Go. You're making a GUI framework for your game engine. That sounds complex. Like, just straight up, that sounds very complex. Text fields are a pain. Oh, tell me about it. I implemented some text fields before in my first game. Before I just said like, okay, you know what? Forget this. I'm just gonna use a framework for the UI, like React. And text fields are a pain. Confirmed. They are a pain. You've got to worry about highlighting and, you know, the arrow keys and the cursor and rendering all that stuff. And you've got to worry about like dragging inputs. You've got to worry about like, okay, what if I want to implement like previous messages, you know, with the up arrow? Or what if I want to have like slash commands that, yeah, there's so many things. You're one of those people that have the urge to make everything yourself. I feel like I think that's kind of inherent to software engineering. Like, you know, when you're able to make something yourself, you tend to want to make it yourself. It's hard to sometimes draw a line where it's like, okay, I could make this myself, but it's going to take me 6 months or 3 years or something. So it's better for me to just, you know, take some library that implements this for me, that does some really, you know, that does like an okay job. Maybe not as well as I would want or as close to what I want, but it's usable. Another thing that really helps is only writing the code that you need at that time. Yeah, your GUI framework doesn't have to be everything, just the few things that you exactly need at that time. Yeah, that's like super important. This is pretty close to what is here. Maybe I'll just add some extra padding up the top. So text align center, that's all. All right, so we've got that. Let's just see what this looks like with maybe some padding top. Oh, that looks awful. Okay, what about margin top? All right, some margin top. It's amazing for learning. Yeah, implementing things yourself is a fantastic way to learn. And it's a really good way to learn. Like for data structures, for example, I would say that's actually quite useful for learning how some simple data structures like a hash map work. Like as a senior engineer, I'd say you should be able to implement a hash map and the linked list and all those other things from scratch if needed. Would you ever do this in practice? No. But you fundamentally understand how they work. Like, you would never implement your own in practice. I mean, okay, I don't say never, but actually, I mean, I have implemented it a few times. I don't know, it's rare. It's very rare. But it's useful to know. I guess the most important part of it is just knowing, like, what's the performance of this? If I iterate over all of the values, how much time is that going to take? If I do an insertion, how much time is that going to take? If I need to look something up, how much time will that take? Okay, so it's 52 there. And the spacing here is 36. Spacing here is 44. 72 on that. 52 there. Okay, so where's the spacing coming from? This seems like a way bigger. 266, and the size of this. Okay, so they're both 266. The only explanation is that this image is bigger. Height of 70, and the height over here is... That's what it is. So the height over here is 55, and the height over here is 69. Yeah, a lot of it will be understood intuitively as you gain experience. Yeah, you don't have to formally learn it per se. I mean, yeah, maybe like the big O, you know, like knowing like, okay, well, if I add something to the end of a list, it's going to be big O1 or something. But if I need to, you know, find some element in a list, that's big O-in. If it's a sorted list and I'm doing a binary search, it's big O login. But I mean, when are you ever, like, I find that is very rarely used. People typically just use maps for the majority of things. Well, I guess it depends. Lists are useful too if you have like a few elements. Okay, so the size is too big. 70 versus 55. So let's see. 55 out of 70. Times 70. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. Okay. 55 out of 70, and then take that and multiply that by whatever the height I currently have here, which is 55, so this needs to be 43. And the other one needs to be 63. Thank you, Retro. Retro is rating with a party of 34. I appreciate it. We're working on Foony right now. And so we're doing a little bit of a site redesign, and also we're doing an implementation of SSE. If you've ever used Socket.io, that uses WebSockets under the hood, SSE is a unidirectional instead of bidirectional connection thing. So the server is able to push data to all of the clients, but the client needs to do something else. Socket.io is very popular for things like an MMO, for example. There's also something new, I don't know if you've heard of it, called Web Transform, but you can't use Web Transform yet because it's only for Chrome. Am I using a SIMD? I'm not familiar with what SIMD is. Single instruction, multiple data? I don't think I am. Isn't that something more like assembly or something? I'm not familiar with it. Hi, Avus, welcome back. Hi, Athano, welcome back. But yeah, so I'm doing one more of these tiny commits, and then we're going back to the SSE. So far, I've implemented it on like the client and the server. They can connect and talk to each other, or the client can receive updates from the server. And the next step is to replace like the Firebase real-time database with the SSE stuff. So you can see right here, for example, I'm passing the initial state that the server has for the game. Each client's kind of has like its slightly own state. There's like a public part of the state, and then there's like a private state. So for example, if I'm playing Foony Flippers, which is kind of like Uno, the client knows what its hand is, but nobody else knows what its hand is. So that's an example of something that requires some form of authentication so that other people can't peek and see what somebody else's hand is. SSE does not support authentication the same way that Socket.io does. So you kind of have to implement your own or something along those lines. So for that, I just used this really insecure, like a 32-bit hash. It's really insecure, but I don't really care because it's not a big deal. The worst that somebody could do with that info is they could like maybe cheat a little bit on a game. It doesn't expose any user secrets or anything. I could also pass like the bearer token inside of like the actual GET request, but that's not ideal because that gets like stored in some logs and things. So you don't want to do that. A more secure approach would be for me to have like a separate JWT token that I pass to the client, which they could use for subscribing to this particular event. But nobody's got time for that. It's not worth implementing right now. Even though it's simple to implement, it's like just not worth it. It takes extra processing time and stuff. All right, so here we are with this, and now we've got our new flat design. So let's get the spacing right. So we need it to be 82 pixels off. "82 pixels, perfect." That was a lucky guess. You admire my coding stamina? I appreciate it. I mean, when I do this for fun, I feel like I just have a lot more stamina for it because it's what I do for fun. But yeah, I mean, I've also been doing this for 13, 14 years. So I guess like it's not as mentally taxing on me. So this coming soon. All right, there we go. So now we've got that implemented. So I kind of like this coming soon thing because like as you resize, you know, it just fills up so that all of the rows are complete with extra coming soon stuff. Okay, now that looks weird. Oh no, I broke this. This isn't much of a bug, it's just that there's this media selector thing that's not getting applied to these things. So that's why they're bigger. All right, so how's that happening? Game card list item. All right, so here it is. That's actually surprising that this is happening, given that we have this game card list item, part of the class name, getting passed over here, right there on the outer thing. So let's see, what's going on? All right, so these are the things that are broken. You see that it is coming in. Oh, that's what's happening. So the size here is fine, but then this goes back to big old crazy size because it's got the width and height specified on it. So let's just not do that. Or maybe that's why. Let's see. Game card list item coming in from here. That's 100% it. Now, if I remove it entirely, I think that will also be a little wrong. Yeah. Let's see. Is it the, let's see, is it this that's getting the rights? Okay, so that is fine. This transform scale. Okay, that's what it is. Transform scale is wrong. So that's coming in from game card. Yeah, right there. All right, so we just have to have this game card and we need that to be also applied. So that's on the inner thing. Okay, cool. Let's just apply it right here, I guess, or yeah, let's apply it here. There we go. Should fix it. Yep, perfect. Now, what's with the size though? For this, that's weird. I don't know what happened. Oh, you know what it is? Wait, how do I reproduce it? So if I refresh here, maybe it's thinking that the size is smaller, and then when I... Oh, no, I guess it just works. Okay, cool. All right, let's get that commit in, and then we'll get back to the SSE stuff. Review the code, make sure it's all good. Yep, all good. Okay, so this is theme, add, coming soon, theme cards to fill. Let's see, if I make a game real fast, I just want to see what the other game selector thing looks like. Yeah, that's weird. All right, before I do the commit, gotta fix this. This is gonna be the same thing with like a scale that's not getting applied here. All right, so it's on selector card. Game card class name. Okay, that needs to come in as well. And it does. Let's see. Oh, that's why. Because it's selector card, arrow, button. But the other is like an arrow div. So this only applies to button tags, but we have like a div, right? So we can either do like comma and whatever, or we can just say this applies to any child that's a direct descendant of this class. There, and fixed. So it's game selector.tsx, which should be in here, right? Perfect. All right, I'm gonna do a deploy. So instead of it being the flat theme, I want this to be the retro theme. Just kind of like reverting to this, just for the purposes of the deploy. I could also just use a flag here, and I might switch to a flag so that locally I'll see the flat theme, and then remotely I'll see the other theme. See, I've got these flags here. And they're just feature flags. So locally, I've got, you know, different flags than on prod. But maybe in a sec, or maybe later on, I'll do that. I actually kind of want to do it now. Okay, let's just do it. So we'll say flat theme is false. And then locally we'll say that flat theme is true. We'll go ahead and we'll rebuild the shared library. Oh, it's just all capital. Okay, like normal, constant. Okay, cool. There we go. So now, gotta do the whole link thing so the IDE realizes it's changed. Come on, IDE. It's there. Trust me. It 100% exists. Yeah, so now locally it's going to be this flat theme, and then whenever we deploy it, it'll be the retro theme. All right, so let's go ahead and do a deploy real fast. This will ensure that we can test SSE remotely, make sure that it's all working. And if it is, then great, we can continue. One issue, like one reason it may not work is because of our backend. It uses Kubernetes. And I'm pretty confident it will work. This is, again, much simpler than socket.io. Like, it's just a connection that you don't close, you just kind of leave open. So I strongly suspect that it will work just fine without any issue. Socket.io might be a little more complex than this. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that. Should be deploying. All right, I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. So we're almost done deploying the client, and then the server will get deployed. So how do we want to do this SSE thing? What I'm thinking is first we work on the back end. So what we'll do is maybe abstract away some of the updates to the database. And we'll just update both the real-time database and also like broadcast to all the listeners on the SSE thing. And then we'll do like a feature flag thing as well. So I'll be able to toggle between clients that have SSE on and clients that have the real-time database. Oh, hi, King. Native WebSocket, Socket.io is no longer needed. You know, this is simpler than WebSocket. This is, SSE. I don't know what the benchmark, like the differences for performance between SSE and a WebSocket, but I strongly suspect that SSE is going to be less, like, demanding on the server, just because it's inherently more simple. What is SSE? SSE is the thing that nobody's talking about because everybody talks about Socket.io. SSE is a subset of Socket.io, kind of. It stands for Server Sent Events. Basically what it is the client does this little event source thing, this little thing here. So they just call a particular URI, like a URL. Used it back in the days. Yeah, it's old. It's not particularly new, but people couldn't use it because, yeah, WebSocket does way more. But if you don't need all of the other things that WebSocket has, then why use WebSocket? Like, sure, I could use WebSocket and I would have client to server communication with most likely lower latency than doing the TCP thing. And I wouldn't have to, re-authenticate the user with the bearer token each time. But I just kind of want to try this SSE thing just because it's so simple. SSE is server to client only? That is absolutely right. So the way Foony works is we're just doing like regular TCP requests to the server, which is more demanding on the ingress and stuff, I think. But whatever. But like the client doesn't typically send that many requests to the server per second. So I don't think I really need Socket.io. Hi, Aaron's here. Welcome back. I found something cool called SSE, which I'm implementing instead of Socket.io. So basically what I want to do is I want to make the jump straight from SSE to web transport when it releases. And just kind of skip over Socket.io. You assume not the CPU extensions? What do you mean by CPU extensions? Oh, you're right. The SSE. No, not the CPU extensions. SSE as in server sent events. It's a really, really simple thing. It's just like, it's a particular like connection that just kind of stays open and the server pushes data to the client. It's one way. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to have like, let's just say Dynamite. Go to the server here. The event source term more than SSE. All right. Yeah, event source. On the client, you use this event source thing. Like this code right here, like literally these lines on the client, this is the implementation on the client for SSE. You just you make a new event source with a URL and then on message do thing. That's it. And on the server, all it is like you listen on an endpoint, you know, that's the same URL. And you just have this tiny little thing which listens, you know, like I even do some authentication stuff. Although authentication is not supported by SSE, but I did that in like a side channel. Different API call. And yeah. Then you just send data, whatever you want. And it handles reconnections for you. Will I teach you React? What would you like to learn? If you have a particular question on React, I can help you out there, or like which part of React do you want to know? All right, so currently we have all these event states with updates and set states. You used Angular 1 and 2 and have very good understanding in Angular. I'm not familiar with Angular. I can just show you the way that it's done in React though. You've been learning the basics for the past 2 days. Okay, let's see. How do I want to handle these updates? It keeps a per client connection open? Yes. The reason you're thinking it could be problematic, I'm guessing, is because of the 1024 file descriptor limit for a process. I'll have to bump that up. If you reconfigure it, it should be fine. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's actually the issue that I think the Primogen ran into. I think he hit this 1000 file descriptor limit because if you look, when he's got 500, you know, the performance between TypeScript and Go is very similar. And then as soon as he hits 1000, it goes like bonkers. Okay, let's see. You picked up the concept within a few hours and there seems like a lot of tricks you're missing. Okay, so first off, with React, you might see that there's 2 ways you can have like a component, right? You can have a function or a functional component like this, or yeah, sure thing. Okay, so here's the Primogen video. Let me link it without the timestamp. All right, so you've got functional components and then you also have class-based components. There is virtually no reason for you to ever write a class-based component. It's more complex and a functional component essentially just fully replaces it. There's like a bit of a life cycle with the class-based components, but you can deal with the life cycle the same way by using the useEffect hook. Let's see. One thing, you want to learn Redux. Why do you want to learn Redux? So Redux is not necessary. In fact, I would argue that Redux will complicate your code and just, I don't know, I find it hard to use. I much prefer this like much smaller create global state, which I personally modified and it's kind of custom, so I would be fine open sourcing this. Because this is, yeah, this like 1.2 thing. That's all it is. Basically replaces any need for Redux. Use effect, return cleanup, that's right. You can see that's how I implemented this event source even. I have this like, use effect. So whenever a room ID or user ID changes, it'll call this method, right? Use state. Use state is how you do changes in React. Yeah. Or it's how you tell the component that it needs to re-render, essentially. This create global state works the same way that use state works. You set ulimit -n 500,000, just a bit of RAM used. Yeah. Something along those lines is my login components. This was written rather early on, so this is probably not the best part of my code, but you can kind of see what I'm doing here. Okay, I mean, this is a rather complex part of it though. I have this magic link thing going on as well, where an email will get sent to a user and then they click on the link and it does this whole thing here. The user needs to click on a magic link in their email, update their magic link. I'll already do this all. Yeah. Let's see. What does this all look like here? How do I store my local storage? I use this little hook. Let me find it. This one right here. So essentially I have a getter, a setter, and I'll use local storage. And you can see also, again, I have this create global state instead of Redux. So what this does is whenever you're retrieving the state from local storage, it'll fetch it if it hasn't fetched it already. And then it will remember. Well, actually, maybe it doesn't do that. I thought that's what it did, but maybe it doesn't. Yeah, it's just returning the item there and then, okay. Never mind. Let's see. You learned a new thing. You can set the open file limit in systemd per process. Yeah, I actually have this one thing. You might be looking at the same thing that I was looking at. Not this thing. There was like a Stack Overflow thing. I forget where exactly. All right, anyways, what I wanted to do is I was working on Dynamite. Right, okay. So we've got games. We want to do some kind of like abstract thing where we're setting the state. Oh, this is not what I was looking at. limit CPU, F size, all that jazz. Cool. Yeah, and then there was like some kind of like a systemd package for npm. I'm wondering if all I can do is just I set this in Docker run, maybe. Go is the way to go. I would argue that Go is sometimes the way to go, but not always the way to go. I can set it in the script. If you have an example, that would be cool. So Go is faster than Node.js. Yes, it is. But I don't think it is like, 100 times faster. I think it's just maybe, I mean, it's great. Like I want to learn Go at some point. But what's also great is being able to share the same code between your client and server. So I can spend less time, writing something because I can share a lot of the code. It's also less like developer overhead because you're only working in one language. So that's also nice. Okay, so we have this abstract game here. Okay, this is what I need. So this game has all these things. We've got protected methods. Okay, great. What's my favorite language? I mean, given that I write mostly in TypeScript these days, I guess that's my favorite just by default. It used to be Java, but everybody always says that Java is awful. I guess I'm a bit contrarian. Though nowadays, I much prefer TypeScript. Much prefer TypeScript to Java. All right, so we have these methods here. We need protected. I guess just update. And this will be like, you need to get your process ID, and then you can use PR limit --PID your current process ID --no file equals n:\n, where n is the number of files you want. When you say set it in the script, I mean you don't mean like JavaScript, right? Because that looks more like a bash command. Oh, the Docker script. Let's see, Docker file. Let's use my favorite thing here. So file, wait, what's it? File name, file type. Oh gosh, I don't remember. It was file name, maybe. It was file name : Hi, Rolling. How's it going? We're working on implementing SSE, which is kind of like Socket.io, except one direction and simpler. So I want to look up PR limits. That's just copying pure limit to a location. What about no file? Yeah, one direction, unidirectional. SSE lets you push events or data from the server to the clients, but not from the client to the server. So if the client wants to talk to the server, they have to just initiate a regular API call. So that's a little slower than socket.io, right? All right, so we have all these Docker files that are using no file. So this is changing the limits. So I wonder if that's all you need to do. You just run this one thing, and then you run whatever it is that you're starting. I'm very curious if this just magically works if I do this. Let's just do like some ridiculous number. Wait, did I do 50 or 500? I did 500. Okay, yeah, 500,000. That sounds good. It will increase the limit for the whole system, that's true. Which isn't ideal. Pure limit, double dash PID. Let's see, is there a better way of doing this? Because I don't want to necessarily increase it for everything. No, that's just everything. Just copy like I'm on Stack Overflow. Let's see. Get your process name, which would be npm, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, npm. It's gonna be either npm or node. Let's see which one's which. Could be node. Let's see. It's gonna be either npm or node. I'll just try npm, and if that doesn't work, all right, thanks for the help. I appreciate it. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's see. How do I get how many open FDs I can use or I can have? Python to me, or sorry, C++ to me is like more simple than Word. This is just like I remember. Okay. Hmm. Bang GitHub. My GitHub is Acornwall. Beep boop, I'm a bot. Here's the response. It almost looks like Node.js is supposed to be like increasing the file descriptor limit, but let's see, PS aux pipe. Okay, so this would be like npm. And then let's try like this. And then the other is gonna just like print something out. Git and set process resource limits. Okay, cool. So then I can also run an interactive shell or something and like retrieve what the limits are. Sounds good. Okay, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's try it out. So deploy on the server side. Let's go ahead and just test this locally. Premature performance optimization, but this is 100% necessary. Otherwise, you end up getting the results that I linked in that YouTube video. Okay, so this is going to be, let's just call it game server. No, we'll just keep it latest. Okay. Ah, let me guess. PR limit doesn't exist. Okay, well, we'll have to install it. So let's see. We've got pip install. Well, what else do we have? Do we have apt-get? Don't actually remember the format for this. Though I think at one point I had an apt-get or something, so let me see. Let's get into the server, Docker file. Let's just view the history. There's a Node.js implementation. That's useful. You're back, time to rewrite your server and go. How big is your server? How big of a task is that? Weekly downloads 5. Oof. That's pretty simple though. Let's see. So we get function, soft and hard. Let's see. Bit of a hurdle. Well, this seems really cool, but why does it have so few usages? Fair limit npm. Yeah, it takes me right here. I don't understand why it has so few usages though. Like, I would expect this to be far more widespread. Next time you make a server, you'll try Go. Yeah, rewriting an entire server is a big effort. I attempted to try Java at one point for the Foony server, and I stopped when I realized that the performance was going to be worse than in Node. There were just too many things. It was going to be like, if I wanted equal performance or better, it would have been a royal pain. Go probably would have been better from the start, but that's life. I could just try this. Yeah. Sure. I guess we can try it out. So I'm not, I don't like how just few, oh well. Ah. Yeah, no, maybe this is partially why it has so few downloads. It doesn't even want to install. Okay, well, let's just do it this way then. It needs chip. I'm not familiar with chip. Oh, I see. Oh, that's what automod is? Okay. There we go. Add permitted term chip. Okay, well, You know, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. If it ever becomes an issue, if it's ever used wrong, then I'll just remove it. I don't know what it means. Well, that's probably for the best. Okay, so we could add this command line tool, which is a unpack size of 2 megs. You know, that's too, I feel like that's way too much. Let's just do this run PR limit thing and figure out why it's failing. So what we can do is we can just do this and then it'll build at least. And then, okay, cool. Now we can open up Docker, do that thing that we learned the other day. Created 37 minutes ago. What the hey-ho? Fine, let's just do this then. "37 minutes ago." Literally just made it. Oh, because we didn't change the... I see what happened. Weird that it's not included. Yeah. I guess it's just so niche, like most people don't use it, that it doesn't get included. Because this is slim. It's not like a full version. Okay, so we've got apt-get, right? Sweet, we do. Wait. I'm drawing a blank. Okay, maybe it's just this. Okay, so we don't have man, but we do have PR limit. Okay, do we have grep? We have grep. Do we have awk? We have awk. Wait, imawk. Well, let's just try PR limit, double dash bid. Yeah, okay, that requires an argument. Man is huge. I guess that makes sense. It's a lot of documents, right? So let's just try this inside thing. PS is not found. Okay, so that's the issue. There's no PS. Apt-get install PS. What? There's no PS? Oh my goodness. How do you install PS? I guess I could like bundle it and then I could copy PS into the location. Install PS Linux. Oh, proc PS. Okay, let's try that. Okay, what about this? So we'll need a -y to force install it. Okay, but now we have PS, right? All right, great stuff. Oh, PS equals proc PS. I learned something new. Oh, run, not found. Gee, I wonder why. Debian needing to be special. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we have pure limit. Let's see, ps-e pipe grep in. Okay, so we have npm and we also have node. Now I'm not sure. You know what? Maybe we just like bump it up to 500k for both npm and node, and then it should be good, right? All right, so we basically need something along these lines here. Apt-get update, yep, I have to do that in order to do the proc ps. Node is the server part. Yeah, I'm not sure which one needs it, so I'll just do both. And then I'll add like a to-do, figure out which one is needed, remove the other one. Is this space needed here? Can I just do this? Maybe I can't. Wait, PR limit. Options. /PID and command are mutually exclusive. Wait, what in the heck? /PID. What? Oh, I guess it just doesn't like... Oh, no, that one works. What's it talking about? I think it's just gone crazy on me. The second one works just fine. Let me try the first one again. What in the heck? Wait, maybe this is failing. Wait, let's see. So that's node. What about this thing? That's why. 17 and 18. ps-e pipe grep node. Should only be 18. Okay. So what's happening is it's getting the grep command as well. I think I know, but then you have the -v grep, so that should exclude the grep. Let's see. So this one should give 2 because it's got the grep in there. Oh, sh also. So what if I do type that and then type, and then can I do like grep? Wait. I always forget the formatting for this. Okay, obviously not that. I could do it this way. My limited understanding of grep. Let's see, ps aux grep-i npm. Let me see. Using pipe. I tried that. I tried grep pipe sh. I feel like I might have to do like -e or something for Perl syntax. Oh, single. Okay, let me try that. Ps aux pipe grep-i node pipe grep-v grep pipe sh. That did not work. EV pipe grep sh. There we go. Yeah, if I do the EV, it works. Eve being like the Perl regex extension thing, or whatever. Okay, so that seems to work. Great stuff. I think it's just that you need, like, the pipe needs to be escaped. I think it's more so just that you need the Perl syntax. Maybe. But I am a noob at this stuff. So -e is extended regular expressions. And okay, so grep has 3 different regular expression syntaxes: basic, extended, and Perl. Oh, I guess I was just doing extended, not Perl. Perl is really nice. I like the regular expressions, but only the regular expressions. Perl for anything else is awful. It's got this weird like bless thing. Oh, I do not like. Okay, so that should be good. All right, so that should be good. And then Python in here. I do have Python, yes. Why would I have Python? What am I doing? I am doing awful things. Let me tell you, if you took a look at this like 4 in a row code, oof, you would probably facepalm. So you see this alpha 0 model? You see how it's like .py? Yeah, yeah. And then you see this Python 3 alpha 0 model turns 30 child process exec. We could do it in Python. That's okay. You know, hopefully we solved it in the Docker file, and that's good enough for me. I mean, I guess it means that if you're running a dev build locally, then you're gonna still be really restricted, but I think that's totally fine. If you're trying to do performance testing, you should do it on like maybe something a little closer to the real thing, like a staging server. Okay, but this is how we're doing it. So we have this alpha 0 model, and literally it just like creates a new process, sends the state to the process, you know, and then it returns the value, and it uses that, and it spins the process down and repeats for every single turn. It's awful. It's really awful. But you know what? It works. I wish that there was better machine learning stuff in TypeScript. But this is one of those things where, like, if I was using Go, there would be a great machine learning library. This would be wonderful. Wouldn't need to do this. So this is a win for Go. Okay. But that's okay. It still works. I'm just gonna move this a bit lower. Actually, I don't even need that. You know what? Let's just keep it here. Well, no, I still want it just in case. Just in case it doesn't work. Now, is there an easy way for me to test this no file thing? I guess I could like run PR limit. Yeah, you know what? I think there is a way to test this. Let's try this. So here's the plan. We've got this. We're just gonna go ahead and exit. Okay. And now we're gonna go ahead and rebuild it. That should all build. Let's go ahead and delete this old thing. Spin up a new thing. Oh no, executor failed. Failed. Invalid PID argument. Double dash no file. Invalid PID argument. Cat proc PID limit. Sounds good. But it's failing on step 10 run PR limit. The very first one is failing on. Invalid PID argument. Double dash no file. Wait, PID argument. Oh, that's right. The run thing, it's got to be like... I forget. Make a bash script? Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so let's see, what are we copying over? We're copying the shared library, we're copying the server lib and package JSON to the server. So we'll have to copy a little bit extra as well. Let's just make this. That's okay, we'll just do it this way. Let's just do not this last. Wait, hold on. arm-rf. Why do we need this? Varlib app lists. That seems weird to me. I guess it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about that one. I feel like maybe it's there so that the apt-get update doesn't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's so that this layer of the Docker file doesn't cause like a change in the state every single time that it runs. So that way it's able to actually cache it. I'll just leave it like that. Okay, so read, go ahead. Obviously, we don't need the run anymore. Great stuff. All right, so now we'll just need to make sure that we copy this over, copy that /server / increase fd limit.sh. Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh, but no, we can't, because one of them is node and one of them is npm. So I think it's fine leaving it like this. We'll just do this and then we'll do an interactive shell. Name the vars. That's just gonna be 4 lines, or because we'll have to. We could do it, but I feel like unless we're reusing it, it's better to just inline. Yeah, sure. Okay, I mean, if we're reusing it, then sure. 100% we should do that. But if we're not, actually this one's npm bed and the other one's node. Sometimes it's hard to read my code because it's quite small. I can try increasing the size more. Yeah, it's just like, it's hard, right? Because if I make it too large, then you're gonna miss a lot. Because there's a lot. You can't actually see. Okay, well. Yeah, there's a lot that you're missing. Something that can be changed in Streamlabs? Let's see. You only see up to about here. Okay, so I mean, you're missing a good, like, almost a third already. Yeah, you're missing about a third of the screen. I can, zoom in even more to the top left, but you're gonna miss out a little bit. Okay, so we got that. Hello world, PR limit. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. You have that issue too? You squash the IDE using cropping to fit stuff? Yeah, that's kind of what I do. One thing I could do is I could move this thing over here because it's not particularly useful to you. I could move this to the right. Although I've had it on the left for the past, like, ever. Like, literally ever. So that might be a little confusing to me. But maybe I'll do that. What IDE do I use, by the way? I use IntelliJ. IntelliJ IDEA. Can't I just make it float? Yeah, I can. I can always just make it float, right? But now that's really weird to me. I can also do this, right? But I don't know, I'm always used to having it there. The font size, right, but the way I increase the font size is I just show you a more cropped version of my code. Just because I want to be able to see like as much of the code as possible at any one time. And like this is a very readable font size for me because of how large the screen is. Like if I increase this, now all of a sudden everything is huge. I can try coding like this, but it's weird. First world problems, this is absolutely a first world problem. This font size to me is so distracting because of how large it is. It's yeah, it's it might mess me up a little. Yeah, that's I don't know if I can do that big, unfortunately. My apologies. Okay, anyways, I'm copying this to yeah. It's a dangerous font size, it'll word wrap like crazy. Yeah. Wait, which font size? The larger font size? The 14? Okay. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I'll crop it some more. Maybe I can move this elsewhere without it bothering me too much. Like maybe I can do down here. And now it's a bit out of the way. And maybe I can now zoom in a little more. Okay. Is this better? Is this big enough? You use 12 on your 1440p? Yeah, I use 12. I don't like word wrapping. Streamlabs should have something to focus on certain parts. Oh, you know, maybe I could do something where the window I have focused gets selected somehow. I don't use Streamlabs yet. Okay. Anyways, So copy from there to, let's see, what's my working directory? It's server. So I guess to here. I wonder if I need to chmod. There's a Streamlabs plugin on my stream. I have no idea. I didn't even know there was a Streamlabs plugin on my stream. I'll take a look at it later though. I'll see if there's something that can help with selecting certain parts of the code. Because I do hear that a lot, that it's still really small. All right, and welcome back, Envy. Okay, so copy, server, increase FD, blah, blah, blah. Well, you've noticed it before I've noticed it. I'll take a look later. Anyways, so let's see if this works. Failed running, okay. Permission denied, probably because it needs chmod or sudo. There we go. Just needed to be executable. All right, let me go over here. So now we gotta like reel up here so you can see it. There's something above the settings section. What do you mean by that? All right, go ahead and we'll run this. Oh, we've got the PS command not found again. PR limit invalid PID arguments because PS is not found. Okay, well, that's obviously gonna, okay, so why? Oh, because I forgot to do it, whoops. Try that again. You have a solution. You keep the windows on screen in their normal place. You just set individual captures per window. Yeah, I'll do that. I played around with that initially, and then I went to just doing my desktop. But I'll switch back to that most likely. That way I can ensure that people can see the right thing. The only thing I'm not going to do that for is the browser, because I like to have the DevTools open as well, and it just gets a little finicky with that one in particular. Yeah, sure, I'd be interested in that. And the config. Okay, so we've gotten ahead and done this. All right, great, it ran. PR limit, invalid PID arguments. Okay, so it still didn't work there. It's odd. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and get into it and see what happens. Okay, pwid. Here we go. ls-la. All right, so now we have that and also that. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go ahead and we'll rebuild. Boom. Delete this one again. Getting ready for DevOps. Man, I am not a DevOps, that is for sure. Exit code 1, executor failed running. Increase FD limit, cats, proc, // limits. There's no npm PID or node PID. Oh no. How does that make sense? So it runs after the entry point. So I guess I'd have to do some sort of delay thing. Is it too early? Yeah, it's too early. What I could, maybe if I change the entry point to this increase FD limit script, I can have the increase FD limit script run npm start and then update everything. Though I don't know if that'll. Hi Dominic, welcome. Like maybe I could do something like this. So now it runs in the background. Check here, let's see. CMD doesn't run after entry point in Docker file. If you combine the shell form of CMD and entry point, the CMD specification is omitted. Wait, what? Okay, okay, so it looks like, yeah, something like what I'm doing where you have an entry point and then that entry point calls the other entry point. Let's see. Okay, so the entry point here would be like npm start. Let's see, the entry point runs and populates. Yeah, I made Foony.com. I co-founded it and I've written like the vast majority of all code. I've made all of the games on there except for chess. Yeah, sleep is not the best option because that's a race condition inherently. What happened to CMD? Okay. all it can see is the systemd service file running. Entry point 1.sh. Okay, so basically they're saying change the entry point to this thing, and then in that shell script, that's where you run the actual entry point that you wanted. And then you run the other script. That is a lot of things to do. Could I run the bash script on the npm side? You know what? That's a fantastic idea. Let's do that. So let's just do it in the same kind of order. Yeah, that's actually a fantastic idea. So for start, let's just do this script file, which is going to be /. There. Do that and then do that. Yeah, that's, wait. Oh, got to do it in the reverse. The thing is, if I call that, I don't think it's going to return, so I'd have to do like and. But no, that's a little weird. I could just add another one. I could have I wonder if this will even work. And because of what I'm thinking is like maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it'll fail in really weird ways. I'm not really sure. I guess we'll try it. All right, so it's built. And now it has died. Let's try it again. Yeah, so it just exits because the entry point exits because we made it run in the background and it didn't like that. Okay. And we can't run it first because we won't have a process ID. Okay, let's do this then. You know, we're already kind of doing this FD limit increase thing, right? So we already have we're already calling child processes. So why not just call a child process to increase the limits? Can I increase the limits of a running script? Let's try this. Let's do... I wonder if this will work. So we already have this thing for 4 in a row, right? That I showed off and I was like, you know, this is real embarrassing, or running this child script, this child process. So now let's just do this child process and let's just execute the child process. Great stuff. So instead of it being Python, we'll have it be this increase FD limit. In fact, we can probably simplify this a little bit. Okay, so we're using double quotes, or we're using single quotes, so there we go. So let's just do that. Will it work? Nobody knows. Is it weird? That's a little weird. But we can also do it this way. Get process ID Node.js. Process.bid. Cool. We can check if it works. Absolutely. Let's see if we can simplify this any. So instead of specifying all that, maybe I can just do the process.pid. Wouldn't it be great if just this alone works? That would be so great. Nice, clean solution. So let's see, we no longer need this fd start. We can just do that. We don't need to run this anymore or copy this anymore because it's no longer used. We still need this. And package. This is one of those things that I wish wasn't a thing, because, you know, I imagine there are a lot of junior devs who get burned by this 1000 file descriptor limit, and they have no idea that it's even a thing. All right, so we've done that, we've built that. All right. So now, let's see. The way we check it is we want to cat the process thingamabobber. Um, let's just do it for this one here. Oh, you know, I can probably just ps dash e. Yeah, okay, that's plenty easy. Okay. Have I got a good amount of active players? I mean, it's increasing like every day, kind of, but there's a handful of people. I'd say there's dozens of us, but I don't even know if there are dozens. It's slowly increasing. Once I get this SSE thing done, we'll actually be able to have matches with like a huge number of people. And then eventually I'm hoping that I'll be able to have really, really big games, like, 300, 400, 500 player Dynamite match. You played Connect 4 as a guest? Well, thanks. Any gameplay, is good. I really like our Connect 4 implementation. The bot is really difficult. Or sorry, not Connect 4, 4 in a row. Yeah, I like our 4 in a row implementation. I like the art style, all the little pieces you can get. Have I found a good socket IO alternative yet? Yes, it's called SSE, Server Sent Events. It is so much simpler to implement. The client implementation is like 4 or 5 lines of code. And then I already have in my head how we're gonna completely replace the Firebase real-time database for that. Okay, so we've done all that jazz. We've got the process IDs. Let's go ahead and cat this stuff out. Proc, npm ID. Let's just do 1 limits. That's quite a few limits. Let's see, open files. It's pretty large. It's not saying 500K, but it says it's big. Max open files. That's a lot. The chess game, yeah, unfortunately requires that. What is the cheer thing? Is that like bits or something? Thank you. I think I'm not sure what cheer is. Oh, okay. I think apparently it's like money or something. Thank you, Dominic. I very much appreciate it. Again, yeah, thank you, Dominic. I very much appreciate it. I was a little confused. I think you're the first person to donate bits. 1M sounds good enough. Yeah, I feel like if we have a million open files, I think that might maybe be enough. Um, yeah, you're the first, or Dominic is the first person to give me a cheer, I think. Okay, so cat proc, let's see, so node, and then limits. Wow, thank you, Aaron Tier, for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, these limits are a lot higher than I expected. I'm actually shocked they're so high. Okay, well, that seems like it works, maybe. Although we said 500K and it's totally not 500K. So what happens if I just remove it? Let's just give it a different tag, just in case. Oh, wait. That's right. Maybe it does have 1,000,000 by default. Yeah, maybe it's a Docker thing. And then we never actually built it because running this Docker build doesn't build the server, and we made a change, so we have to run npm run build again. Let me see if it works then. Let's just do like 9001 or something. And let's do npm run build and then do this. So we'll go back to this just to see what happens. Yeah, so maybe we don't actually need to do this. Maybe it's already by default really big. Greetings, Scratch. Welcome back. All right. So we've gone ahead and this is running now. Let's see what happens. Either way, this is useful to know. Even if it already is happy and not going to give us 1,000 file limit. All right, so all right, ps-e, and then we can cat proc, all that jazz. Okay, so that is the same. Cat proc 18 limits. That's what it is. Docker is doing 1,000,000 open file descriptors. But so okay, this works. This child process thing right here, this is good enough. This is all you need. But we don't even need it because Docker by default has 1,000,000. And the other one had less open. Let's see. Yeah, so this one has 1,048,576, and then this one has 500K. This was the one that we force set. So first of all, that means the process is node. The other one had less open. You think it's an NPM thing? Oh, maybe it's an NPM thing. I'm not sure. Easy way to find out. Let's see. So I have it running on my Ubuntu locally, right? So this will tell us if it's a Docker thing or not. Cat proc limits. Open files 1,000,000. Yeah, must be an NPM thing. Because now if I do proc, let's say 23797. Yeah, 1K. Cool, that's really good. Yeah, you know, I learned stuff too. I didn't have any idea that NPM sets it at 1,000,000. I'm very happy that it does. Maybe I'll just leave. Wait, we don't even need this install anymore because we're not using PS. So we don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. There was an error when you tried to sign up. Really? What was the error? I'm very curious. What if that's why we're not getting, oh no, we are getting new users, because I know some people have signed up. A UID property not writable or something like that. Let me try something then. Let me just try acorn test 30. I'll look into it for sure. Let's see. Because that shouldn't happen, right? Blasted fiddle pops. Cannot assign to read-only property UID. Did I use Pixie.js for drawing graphics? I used Phaser, although I use an entity component system, so I don't need to use Phaser. Just realized I am leaking some stuff, so we're not going to show that over here. I'm going to redact that information as well. Let's just redact all that stuff. I think that's everything that needs to ever be redacted. Okay, sure. You leaked your Twitch API credentials 3 times? That's crazy. Yeah, what I normally do is I'll have like a file that's I just import from. So then it's not even a TypeScript file, so it doesn't even show up in search because I have this file mask on. But I did have one scare where I did like this PayPal thing. And it's like client ID here. I was really scared about this, but then I realized, oh, this is just public. It's in the client, so this is nothing to worry about. But it still gave me a scare. You keep looking at the config file by mistake. One thing that's really helpful is this file mask. So like you don't accidentally look at it. Or you could just like set environment variables or something. Okay, so what's the issue here? The issue is cannot assign to read-only property UID. All right, thanks again, Aaron Tier. So the problem failed at sign up. Specifically, it failed at sign up at 102. So if we go to actions, we go to sign up. All right, so it's failing at 102. Try catch, okay. So it failed within this part. Oh. Okay, my apologies. I figured out what the problem is. cannot assign to a read-only. So when I updated the server yesterday and I did a redeploy, I changed this part of code and I thought it was fine. I thought that read-only was a TypeScript abstraction and that you could, in fact, assign to read-only properties. Apparently, it is a JavaScript thing, not just a TypeScript thing. So you cannot write to read-only properties. It makes sense, right? It's read-only. You shouldn't be able to write to it. But I thought I could, and I can't. So I have a fix. Fix is relatively simple. All we have to do is scope.user equals something kind of like this, but not. Let's just do this. So we'll do this, and now we'll say that the UID is context.auth UID. And then also there's a to JSON, and we have to make sure that we copy this, because if I just do a shallow copy using the spread operator, it will not copy this method properly. So what I do is for that is I do JSON top bind user, maybe. I'm not really sure. Which should mostly work, except I think if I do this, that means that this object for the method is not going to have this UID in it. Which I think is okay, because I don't think I ever use it actually. All right. So we don't need this. And this is one of those things where I should write a unit test, because there's a bug and I fixed the bug, so I need to write a unit test for that. Just a heads up, if you're in an actual company doing something and you fix a bug, that's a good time to write a unit test. All right, let's see. Ensure you're writing a unit test for a bug. That's a really good time to write unit tests, in my opinion. It's a practice we had at Google. Okay. Let's see. Ensure at least one in file descriptors. All right, now we have a feature flag as well for the new theme. So I can turn the theme on and off very quickly. I just change a single feature flag. And I like to use feature flags for a lot of things. So that way you can work on the same branch. I'm actually going to merge this back into master very shortly. And then I'll just use a feature flag. You missed the last minute or so. Oh no, you missed all the important stuff. Oh, don't worry about it. I was just doing some commits, nothing major. Did I push the sign up fix? I figured out the bug for that. We are going to be pushing that very, very, very shortly. What it was is a read-only thing. I had the mistake of thinking read-only was TypeScript, and it was not actually like part of JavaScript. So I forced an as any so I could write to a read-only field. That was a bad idea. I should not have done that. Okay, I'm deploying now. Let's see, abstract game. I'll just leave this as is. It should be fine like that. So here's how I fixed the bug, by the way. Yeah, right here, this line. What I did is I used a spread operator for the user to get most of the properties. This user here has like a field that's read-only. So I just created a new object with the new user ID, and then I just did this little JSON thing so that the method is still present. I'm hoping this works. I'll test it in a sec. Or I guess you can test it once it's deployed. Should be up soon. Techie girl with a raid party of 49. That's huge. Thank you so much. How'd your stream go? Let's see. Wow, that's a lot of chat. Thank you, everybody. We're working on Foony. Foony is a site that I have spent the last about 2 years working on. This is Foony. I've got a couple of games. Most of the work I've spent was required like a lot of back-end stuff. This is kind of like OMG Pop, if you've ever played that. A bit like, yeah, a text-to-speech app in Mac OS. Very interesting. So I guess you're doing like machine learning and stuff. How goes the coding? We're implementing SSE, server sent events. If you're familiar with socket.io, socket.io is bidirectional. It goes in two ways. The client can talk to the server and the server can talk to the client. SSE is much simpler. It's one way, so the server can talk to the client, but client cannot talk to the server. But it can be useful for like broadcasting stuff, you know, broadcasting like state updates and things. And because it's so simple, it's easy to implement. Like the client is like 4 lines of code. You're just using the native macOS speech APIs and Twitch IRC? Oh, that's cool. What technologies do I use on this project? On the front end, there is MUI, that's the UI framework. I'm using React, TypeScript, Firebase. I'm using Firebase for hosting. I'm using Firestore, and I'm also using the real-time database. But I'm replacing the real-time database with SSE, server sent events. The reason I'm doing this is because Firebase has this really nasty limit of 1,000 updates per second. Right here, write rate, 1,000 writes per second. And in practice, I found that this is 1,000 keys. So if you're changing like a whole object that's got like lots of keys, then this is actually like a lot lower than you might think. This could be like 50 or 100 writes a second. It's really low. With server sent events, I'm expecting to be able to scale that a lot higher. So Dynamite, this is the game that I'm working on right now. It's a bit like Bomberman or something, or Dynamite. And it supports up to 50 players currently, but I want to raise the number of players it supports to 1,000. And in order to make it support 1,000 players, I need massive performance gains. At a previous job, you replaced Firebase with chunked transfer encoding. Interesting. What is chunked transfer encoding? You love the cute aesthetic? I love the cute aesthetic for Dynamite. Like, I really like the art on Foony. So again, I'm very much a programmer. So although I've written the majority of the code for Foony, I outsourced the design and the art and the sound and music. But yeah, this is Dynamite. It supports a lot of players currently, but I want to make it support way more. Anyways, right now we're working on server sent events. Also, signup should be fixed now. The server should be deployed. Yep, it is. Okay, so chunked transfer encoding is like something that predates SSE. I see. I think these days server sent events should be okay. All right, so I was working right here. So let's see. Since HTTP 1.1, wow, there's something really cool coming out in HTTP 3 called Web Transport. It uses the Quick protocol, and so it's over UDP, and I'm really excited about that. But until it gets here, I think SSE might be what I focus on. So let's see, we have an update, and I also need a set. So the way this will work is I've got this let's see. Oh yeah, and I was also playing around with file descriptor limits. It seems like npm or node or Docker, one of those things is setting the process limit to like 1,000,000 files. It might be an npm thing. So this actually wasn't an issue. So maybe that was a bit of a wasted time, but it was a good learning experience. If you're ever running a server and you're having trouble at 1,000 simultaneous connections, it's probably the open file descriptor limit. Just a heads up for anybody. All right, that sounds great, WebSnarf. Thank you so much for pointing that out, because that's been broken for like a whole day and I had no idea. So yeah, that's something I should write a unit test for. Okay, so let's see. State updates. This is how that normally works. Now, how do I want to do this? Unit test the bugs. Yes, I absolutely should. It should be a mantra. I'll put that on my to-do list. How about that? To do. Add unit test for sign up. Yeah, sounds good. You get a lot of things when you sign up. You can start like leveling up and getting all the different like cosmetics and stuff. I like to level up because, you know, well, I don't show up on the leaderboards, unfortunately, but I can still compare myself. The site looks great and the text sounds interesting. 5 a.m. Wow. Thank you, and yeah, have a good night. And thanks again, I appreciate it. This is the flat theme, by the way, that I'm working on. I've got this Photoshop file. This is what comes in from the designer, and there's like a whole bunch of these Photoshop files. And let me see if I can find the one that I'm really, really excited about. Oh, I don't have it open right now. Oh no. Oh well. Just use your imagination. There's something that looks really cool on here. Why would your unit test be invoking index.ts? That's a very good question. No clue. Anyways, okay, on game start, here we go. Update. I guess I'll just have like a ref and then I'll handle the update that way. Because I want to make this as similar to how the Firebase stuff works, so I can do a really simple migration. So it'll be update of type T. Actually, this could be, There's only a few ways that games update. So maybe what I can do is have some kind of like specialized method for this. Let's see. Why do I prefer IntelliJ instead of VS Code? Because I used IntelliJ at Google for 3.5 years, maybe a little bit more. And I'm familiar with it. I'm used to the key bindings and it does everything I need it to do. The small fee for using IntelliJ doesn't bother me. This is what I'm familiar with and I code really fast in it. So that's enough reason for me to stay using it. There's only one hiccup with it for WSDL 2, but the support typically is good enough. GitHub Desktop is something I'm much more likely to replace. Did I ever try WebStorm? I did try WebStorm, but I don't need WebStorm because IntelliJ IDEA is a superset. Right. Game room. That's what I wanted. So let's see, we've got all this jazz here. Right. So these are the only locations that update. There's 6 of them in total. And 3 of those I don't need to worry about. So I just need to worry about these. Update game session public. Update private game state. And update public game state. I'm gonna rewrite these a little bit here. I want to have like proper typing for all of this stuff. But the methods need to be very, very simple. So for example, I want to be able to rewrite this as this dot update public game state, just like this. So now it's a little simpler. That's what I want. But am I able to replace all of the calls? Okay, so game state, public users, updated users. That's an update. But I have update public game state, so that's a subset of that. You know what, maybe I can't do the fully typed way I want, just because of the way this works. Let's see, there's public users, public game objects. Darn. All right. So if that's the case, let's just do this then. We'll just call it updates, and we will do something very, very similar to this. All right, so we've done that. And now we can basically just do this whole like env states, updates, and we can have like a prefix on it. And now we also need a way of oh yeah, we just do the update here. That'll update Firebase and everything else. And this is exactly the information we have to broadcast to the room. Great, this is actually relatively simple. So it'd be game sessions, this.game session ID. And then after that, we need the rest of it. All right, so the way that'll work is it needs to do an await on that. What we can do is we can do this. So broadcast to listeners. You fixed the invocation thing. Nice. You imported a file that itself imported something which invoked the HTTP server. Yikes. Yeah, that's always that's tricky. One thing you can do is you can just like make the thing that's invoking the HTTP server as simple as possible and like not export anything from there, and then hopefully you don't accidentally import it. Okay, so protected async update. Okay. This is where we do the broadcasting. That's it. Great. We now have this simpler thing. Well, now we just have to have one for set state as well. The pattern, we have several different exported functions living in the same index, so you shorten the import path. Uh-huh. I'll take your word for it. All right, I mean, this is relatively simpler. Now, I wonder if, I wonder if I can improve this. No, I was gonna say, like, maybe I could make it where the ref, if you specify like a particular type, maybe it could know what the types are, and then that would be pretty cool. But because of the nature of how this is written, that's not gonna work very well. So we'll just say public else that, sure. So we know that needs to be, say /public. All right, so that does that. Okay, so we have a ref. The ref could literally be anything at this point. You know what? I'll just implement the bare minimum needed for this, and I'll just go from there. So I should be able to remove this, and it should still work. And this will be just game state public users, updated users. Man, I should have done this ages ago. Look at how much simpler it is. Just update, and now it'll be game state public. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is this update method is gonna broadcast to all the SSE people that are listening, and then we'll do some magic on the client side with my special create global state, which is kind of like Redux but way easier to use. And then we will have basically replaced Firebase real-time database for most things. And I think that's really cool. And then something else we can even do here is we can batch the updates if we really wanted to, although I don't think it's that necessary. It was necessary when we were doing this on Firebase because of the way the database works, but if it's just a direct connection to all of the clients, I think we can just like push the data as soon as it arrives. All right, so now that only thing left there is get game session. So we're done replacing it for Dynamite. It was that easy. Like, that was much easier than I thought. Okay, cool. All right, so now I'll be back. All right. So now we have to get the room. This.nv state get room, I think. That's how I typically get the room. Okay, there needs to be a better way to get the room. let's see. So when I create a game, I should really be passing in the room that the game is a part of, because I'm passing in the game session ID, so why don't I pass in the room as well? So let's see, got a game pool. All right, so if this is a game pool creates. And this is the code that creates a room. What I might do is I might just move the logic for the broadcast into the env state itself. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Just because there's all these little parts of code that already call env.state.set. So maybe this will be like this little simpler thing here, but maybe broadcasting to the listeners will be at a lower level. All right, since we're not using that, okay, cool. So small, simple cleanup there, but then this is the part right here. Okay, so set state literally just calls all that jazz. Okay. Let's just have like a private method here to flush. Private flush. Flushes pending updates to, you know, called broadcast, I guess. To all listeners. All right, so this will work. Now, how should this work exactly? Let's see. Okay, so we've got update, we've got set. So the way this thing happens, is it possible to view the source on GitHub or is it private? It's private, but if there's any exact like little part of the code that you really want me to open source or want me to show off, then I'd be fine open sourcing it. Maybe open sourcing it. Like it depends, really depends on the part. Right, because again, this is 2 years of my life. One example that I find very useful, that maybe you'll find useful, is this file right here. This file lets you use like this create global states where you can listen to changes on like that part of the state, very similar to the way that Redux does it, except that it works the way that use state works. So I find it much easier to use if you're dealing with React. It's really simple. It's just this one file. This is based on somebody else's work, which was also open sourced. I just made some optimizations to it. And I wish I had a link to the original source, but I seem to have lost it. But yeah, if there's anything in particular you want, let me know, and maybe I can open source that part of it. All right, so we've got updates. Okay, so set state, let's see. And then this is the part, this right here, it calls remote. Dangerous set state and dangerous updates. I need that, actually. Maybe what I'll do, I was thinking I want some kind of like a throttled broadcast, almost. Nah, not gonna do that right now. I was thinking, on the high score screen, there's a vertical scroll bar for 1 pixel and it's killing me. Oh, you don't like how thin it is? I wasn't sure like what width it should be. So I made it like really tiny. Yeah, maybe it should be like bigger. Oh, not there? It should be farther to the right. Is that it? Okay. Oh, it's a different scroll bar. I mean the one that's like way on the right? Okay, so let's just say that this does a dangerous update, but then I need to do a broadcast. Wait a minute, I have a dangerous update. So isn't it the same as this code here? I think I just simplified my code a little bit. For const key in child, set state, ref plus blah. It's literally the same code. So that's just this dot dangerous update, ref child. Wait a minute, you have 2 bars? How do you have 2 bars? What browser is this? Let's see. So this is Foony Flippers. I can see because of the icon there. So you're in Foony Flippers, and then you're on the high scores. And then yeah, somehow you're okay, you're at the top of high scores. Oh, I think okay, I've got 2 bars here. Okay. I see. I see. I see. I see. Uh-huh. Okay. So, all right. That is a bug. Let me add that to the to-do list. Fix double scroll bars, 20 flippers, high scores. And I'll include this. All right. That is on the to-do list. Is it just like let's see, okay, how does this work? Well, it's still there, it's still too big, but if I make it really tiny, now it's really noticeable. Oh no, I figured out the problem. Thanks. So this is the issue right here. Something in here is causing it where the height is bigger than it should be. There's probably like some margin or padding or some funky business going on where it's bigger than 100%. Sounds good, Aaron here. Thanks again. Yeah, we've got this bug here and we're trying to fix it. So, okay, let's say that I do this and I say display none. Is the problem gonzo? The problem is gonzo. All right. So it has to do with the contents of this being bigger. Yeah, you can see right here, boom. It's getting too large. So something, overflow is hidden, the height is inherent. For some reason, let's just say 50 pixels, okay. Oh, now that's very interesting. Wait, what? It fixed itself. How does it even? Okay, now it's broken again. Okay, what the heck? So we have height auto. This is one of those things, right? Whenever you're trying to do scroll bars in HTML, it's always like, scroll bars in HTML. I don't know what it is about scroll bars in HTML, but getting the CSS is always, it's possible. but it's always tricky. Fixed itself. The worst 2 words to say ever. Absolutely. That was kind of like yesterday with changing the 9 to a 10 for the Python version and the Docker script, and then it magically unbroke itself. That was very magical. So maybe it's this padding. What? Nope. Okay, well, maybe it's not this padding. Okay, so this is obviously not it, right? That's totally fine. So it must be this thing. This is the issue right here. Magic makes you sad, it means you fix nothing. I mean, you can fix something with magic, but you know how it is. Let's see, max height, 100%. Okay, so that's not. The CSS is magical sometimes. Okay, whoa, wait, what? No. All right. Again, it magically fixed itself. Wow, so magical. What on earth? Okay, wait. Now it's, okay, wait. It's unbroken, and now it's broken. But then if I change the max height, what? Okay. And maybe it's the pseudo elements? I like magic sometimes when it's not in my code. Okay, maybe it's just like one of these pseudo elements being funky on me. Oh, this is so trippy. Okay, so that's, wait, what's in the hay? You see this? There's some kind of like transition going on. What on earth? Wait, it's not even a transition. It's some kind of really bizarre simple bar content thing. And it only works if I set the max height less than 100%, because if I do 100%, it just totally breaks. Okay, all right, yeah, that makes that doesn't make any sense. What about min height 0? This sometimes, no. Yeah, that's bizarre. Something something box model. Yeah, something something simple bar, not simple. I know that sometimes setting like min height 0 sometimes magically makes things work. Sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it did not magically make it work. I mean, there's always VH. I could do like 100 VH or something minus the number of pixels that I know not to be part of this thing, and then it should work. But that is so finicky, and if you adjust the design of the site at all, then it gets thrown out of whack. But just the weirdest thing is that it only happens if I do this. Wait a minute, there's a simple bar placeholder. What in the heck is this thing? All right, I think I found the problem. So there's a simple bar placeholder. For some reason it exists. It shouldn't even exist because it's just making this stuff break. Padding plus border width. If I set padding on JSS 4460. Oh yeah, JSS 446. Yeah, sure. Let me just translate that to English real fast. Yeah. The thing with those numbers is I think it just changes based on, yeah, that's not particularly useful. I can't control F because those numbers, they're just kind of made up on the spot. I think. Actually, maybe not. Oh, and you know what? That works. Oh, really? 446? There's no way that's it. Okay, well, let's try. Yeah, I didn't think it would be the same element. If you screenshot which ones it is, that would be cool. I also found a way of fixing it by hiding the simple bar dash placeholder and just making it display none. That also made it work. MUI container root, MUI paper root. Oof, that's not quite. I mean, that works though. Yeah, sure. Or instead of that, how about I just fix the problem, which is the simple bar placeholder. So what we do is high scores tab container. Does this only happen with high scores, or is there something else this happens with as well? All right, let's try this out. I mean, it's kind of here on the achievements. It's just that it fixes itself properly. What about for items? No, items is fine. Okay, high scores. Oh, look at that, I fixed it. Amazing how that happens. All right, fix extra scroll bar on high scores. All right, next time we deploy, it'll be fixed. All right, now we have to do this broadcast thing. Yeah, I'm glad the fix was that simple. All right, so this broadcast thing. So the way it works is we have all these set states. What the heck? Underscore on child changed. I forgot I even had this thing. So the only time I even use this is env state on child changed for the user rooms. Listen for updates. Kick out users from any previous rooms that they're in. Oh, right. Yes, that's how I do things. Okay. So then I can have an on child changed for like some game session thing. But I don't think I want that because it gets called immediately. Oh, I see how that thing works. So this on child change thing is like some legit Firebase listener thing that listens to all of the changes across all of the servers. Makes sense. Not useful for us though. All right, so let's see. How do we want to do this broadcast thing? So we have ref, we have parts. Default state, which the local state should have if everything is blah, blah, blah. I guess it's okay to complicate this a little bit. So we have parts. This is based on a ref. Anything with a game that's going to be like, it's going to start with game sessions / the game session ID / the ref. Yeah, okay. So if it just starts with that, then great. So then if ref dot starts with, actually if, let's see. All right, so let's see. This is pending updates or something. Or is there any other way to write this? I'm just trying to think here. So what we're doing right now is we're batching all these updates, right? Because we don't want to have like one update that should happen on the server split into like 100 requests on 1,000 clients for like a total of 100,000 updates or something. So we want to do a little bit of batching. You know, maybe this isn't the right approach. Maybe the right approach is to do it this way. So we do the update, and then if the ref dot starts with depending on the amount of clients, I'll need to shard the servers. I already have an auto-scaling cluster. Servers are sharded on the room. So a room exists on a single server. That's not going to be split up at all. Just for simplicity, a single server, one room, you know, that room goes on the server. Sanitize ref. Okay, so if sanitize ref starts with game sessions, then obviously this is a game session. So how do we want to broadcast this to the game room? Maybe I'll just have like a broadcast, and then I'll have to figure out what the game session ID is from this thing and go from there. There's probably a cleaner way of doing this though. Maybe we'll just do like this dot broadcast. We'll say ref child. Maybe I'll include like the type it is. So we'll say that it's an update event. So type is going to be set or update. And we'll have a ref. All right, so now we've got that going on. You know what? That's quite in a few places. Let's go ahead and make a private static for that. All right, there we go. And now we'll do this dot split ref. Oh, not this. It should be db local states dot split ref. There we go. All right, so if sanitized ref starts with game sessions, well then I want to split this, but I don't want to split. I guess this is fine here. Okay, let's just do this. I wanted to avoid excessive splitting and stuff here, but I guess right now it's not a major performance issue, so we'll just ignore it. All right, so now we have parts. We know it starts with game sessions. So that means I need to broadcast this to a particular room ID. So the room ID is going to be get room based on this. Wait, no, it's going to be this dot get room ID. And that's going to be parts brackets 1. That's relatively straightforward and relatively easy, actually. And now we can do, we don't have the env because this is too low level. Right. The env being like the environment, it's basically the global state that the server keeps track of and passes around. So it's almost a global state, but not quite. Hmm. it would be a little weird to include the environment. You know what? We can do it. It's fine. It won't be a circular dependency. It's just a little weird doing it this way. Basically what you do is you do this, and then you do that, and then you say set environment. And you say that. Boom. Is it weird? Yeah. Should I maybe rewrite this? Maybe. We can ensure that it's only set once though. And we'll just set it immediately after its creation. It's not perfect, but it works. If this was Java, what we could do is we could have like a builder pattern, and then it could, you know, create the environment in the same exact file, and then you never expose the set environment method, but whatever. Hi Envy, welcome back. I'm just working on getting this broadcast thing working on the server so that whenever updates come in on parts of the database for Firebase, they get sent to all the people listening with SSE. And I think it's almost done. It's a bit hacky, but it should work just fine, and it doesn't require like a lot of code. And now we have this really trippy kind of room thing going on here. All right, so now we can do that, and now we can do let's see. We want a broadcast. All right, now how's this broadcast gonna work? Because we want to make sure that we're not broadcasting things we shouldn't broadcast. What I mean by that is like this update and this set is going to be called, and it could update all users, not just one. And there's no guarantee the formatting is going to be the same. So for example, this right here, it's got users, And that's fine because it's game state public. But then there's also game state private. Dynamite doesn't have any game state private, but some games like Foony Flippers do. So here, for example, there's an update on the game session ID. And the way that I know there's private stuff is because there is a key, and that key starts with game state private users. So it's almost like I need to sanitize the data that's going to be broadcast out, where I iterate over all of the keys for the data that's being updated. And if it starts with game state private users, then it gets sanitized so that only the right users are getting that info. We also want to be fairly efficient with this though. We don't want to be creating like 50 gazillion like different objects all over the place. Okay, so we're gonna say type, I guess, and we'll just say ref and child. And the room will worry about the rest. Okay, so what about this dangerous set state? Well, that means all of these set states need to call this dot dangerous set state. Wait a minute, there is no state dot transaction. What the hey who? Yeah, there's literally no transaction. Can I just do this? It's unused. I think it works. Oh, actually, didn't something use it? You know what? YOLO. I think it's fine. Okay, so now we have set states. So how does set state work? Wait, push. Do I even use push? Maybe. Oh goodness. There's gonna be like all these. Okay, state.push. Okay, so send a message does push. Seems like nothing uses this anymore. I can delete it. Yay! Okay. So db local state. All right, we've got the set environment. That's all good. The set state calls that set state, which calls all this other jazz. And then set state does a whole bunch of jazz. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just do this for now, and then I'll leave it to do. Oh, but then there's other code too, which is outside of, okay, now I have to do more. Okay, so none of that stuff there matters. The only things that really, really matter are, I mean, heck, this dangerous can be moved down. The only things that really matter is push and update. Well, let's just see what I'll call set state. All right, so we'll call dangerous set state instead of just calling set state. And that should be all we need. Okay, so dangerous update on that one. This one can also be. And then we'll do that, and then the broadcast will implement that. Cool, cool, cool. If I make a mistake here, the site breaks in horrible ways. This is very low level. It's not like super duper low level. Like I'm not dealing with, you know, actually that's relatively low level. I mean, this is. I was gonna say I'm not dealing with the wire protocol formats or like, you know, like stuff that gets sent over the wire, but I kind of am. So this is actually pretty low level, at least for TypeScript. Okay. So broadcast. How does this work? Okay. So we have two things that we have to worry about. We got to worry about it here and got to worry about it here. Everything else eventually leads it to here. All right. So if it starts with game session, then that means we need to broadcast it. There's a little bit more we have to broadcast, like messages and things, but we're going to start simple with just the game sessions. That's kind of the biggest priority, right? All right, so we have this listener, great stuff. Now we're going to have broadcast. So what does broadcast take? Well, it takes some of this jazz. Takes a type, doesn't need to know the room ID because it is already itself. And yeah. So we have this ref, we have these child stuffs. So first we can check to see if child is, you have a question about implementing my software against change? Am I experienced in this kind of stuff? I sure would hope I'm experienced in this kind of stuff. I've been coding or like programming professionally for well over a decade now. Implementing my software against change. Are you talking about like a repository like Git or something? Because I use Git for my changes. All right, so let's see, broadcast the message. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna iterate over, all right, sure thing. So if type of child is object, then that means we can iterate over the keys. And we'll take each of those keys, add it to the ref, figure out if the user is allowed access to it. So let's see, we have user ID to listener. I'm actually curious how Lodash entries works, or object entries works under the hood. Does it actually allocate a new list and all that jazz? Because I'm thinking, like, if this is a broadcast, this is going to get called quite often. The issue would also exist in monolith, so in a monolithic code base. Implementing my software against change. Maybe you're asking about, like, how do I implement my software so that other people don't break it? As in, like, unit tests and integration tests and stuff like that? Or maybe the question's about, like, oh, people say it doesn't because your compiler would probably tell you immediately. Maybe what your question is, I see some of your message. I don't know if I got all of your message. Wait, are you in an ad right now? I'll try to explain in a little bit then, after your ad ends. But I don't quite understand your question. I think I might have an idea though. Let me know when you're back. I guess you won't hear this message unless you're back. Since this is pretty cheap, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. User ID, listener pairs, okay. Welcome back. Okay, so I don't fully understand what your question is. It sounds kind of like your question is about how do you keep your code organized? And how do you know that you're not gonna like break your stuff? Because like what if one of your methods changes or something? So like maybe something goes from private to public or public to private, or maybe the parameters change or the return type changes. How do you know that your code is still going to work and run? I'm guessing that's kind of what your question is. There's a few different things I do to help ensure that. One is integration and unit changes. Service A changes its logic and it affects the other service B that relies on it. How do you not break service B? Several things. First of all, don't make things public by default. Make it as private as possible. Only expose it when you need to. That will limit the surface area that can break. And then you can like help reason about like what all is being used by other services. The other is you can like modularize some of your stuff. So for example, I modularize my actions, so all the API calls. The question is about microservices specifically. I see. I don't really use a lot of microservices. But like each of my games on Foony, for example, is self-contained. It's kind of modular. So that helps. Writing unit tests and integration tests helps, you know, because that way, like if you make a change, hopefully your unit test or your integration test will catch that something broke. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, other than that, like, what else do I do? Testing is a big part of it. If like you're actually changing your stuff, it helps prevent breakages. Yeah, I don't have too many issues just because I write like almost all of the code anyways, so I just don't write the bugs in the first place. No, but you can't really just not write bugs. Yeah, mostly testing or keeping your code relatively simple and modular. Those things help. Yeah, sorry, I can't really give much more advice on it. That's just kind of what I do. I don't really think about it all that much. User ID. Okay, so we've got this. We've got user ID. We got string and express response. You never write bugs, they always get written by themselves. That's absolutely true. Like imagine I have an object which sends grades of students. At first you grade them 1 is best, 6 at worst, and at some point you say 6 is best and 1 is worst. Don't do that then. Be careful about the code that you write, I guess, and think about like maybe future proofing it a little bit. Like just try to be, I don't know. Yeah, typically when I'm writing new code, I tend to think about it a lot. And then I tend not to need to rewrite it too much. I mean, I guess I'm rewriting this whole thing, this whole backend thing. Hmm. Well, how did I do it this way so that it's relatively simple to replace? I guess I had like a wrapper, so I wasn't using Firebase directly. Like if I had just calls to Firebase directly throughout all of my code, then ripping it out would be very painful. But because I used like this abstraction layer, all I have to do is change that one file and I know it will work. So that helps. And I think in your case, this also applies. So you're using this external API, this thing that has these students and grades and stuff. So if your clients has this abstraction layer, you know, just like a file or something that you're interfacing with, just like the class or something, then you can just change that one part of your code instead of having to change every part of the code that's calling this third-party extension thing. So those wrappers are actually rather useful. And I do that for the real-time database and also kind of Firestore, but yeah. There's something also called like proxy in JavaScript that you can kind of use for this. I haven't really used proxy all that much. I tend to just write a regular wrapper. But I find that's particularly useful. Okay, so for example, here's an example of a wrapper. This db local state, okay? So, well, let me open this up so I can get a better idea of what you can see. Okay, so this is a wrapper around Firebase real-time database. So all throughout my code, I've got like env.state.update. Okay, instead of calling the real-time database for Firebase directly, I'm calling my wrapper, just all throughout my code. So if I want to change the way that something works, which I'm completely gutting and rewriting this, so instead of touching all of my code, all they have to do is modify this one method. And so what you can do is for this microservices, you would just have a wrapper for that microservice, and then you would just, program to your wrapper instead of programming to the microservice directly. You can see here, for example, this update, it just calls out to the real-time database. See, db ref update. But now I can do other things, and if this underlying thing changes in any way, if the API, like the parameters change, or the way you call it changes, I just change this one thing, and I keep coding the same way I've always been coding. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Yeah, no worries. Hopefully that was helpful. All right, so we've done all that. Cool. Now we have this broadcast thing. We've got user ID, we've got listener. All right. I actually would really like to benchmark the performance of iterating over an object with dot entries versus iterating over a list. At some point, I need to benchmark that. Let's see. Let's just say we have A. All right, let's just do something like this. And now let's do this. Let's say const b equals object dot entries. My bad. Fine. Okay. So I have A and I have B. So now what about... I'm just doing a small little benchmark. I'm just very curious what the performance difference is of these two things. Hmm. This is a really terrible benchmark, but you know what? I don't really care. All right, so now we got this again. So there is a difference. Okay, so it's like 1.5x faster. Cool. Okay. It is more performant to do it this way. Be right back. Okay. So now we just need to write the data. So the main issue right now is that I don't want to have to create like a bazillion gazillion different JSON stringify calls. So I don't want to call it a whole bunch of times here. So the set or the I think what I need to do is I need to split this up into two things. So broadcast to user ID, string, and then there's a very specific thing here. And then I need something that can split the data as well. So split broadcast data. Returns broadcast data split into data specific to given users and data that should be sent to all users. Cool, okay. So how does this work? There's two types, there's set and there's update. We don't really care which type it is. All we care is that, well, actually, no, we do care because a set and updates, those are different. An update is basically a list of sets where each of the keys of the child is added to the ref and that gives the total location. But then also, there's like this whole object thing. Right, there's this whole thing here. And it just breaks apart the whole update, all that jazz. And this nice big old thing. Let me think. Okay, so we know that ref is going to start with game sessions. It must. We're almost done with this. Almost done on the server side. Once this is done, I think all games, all the game session, all that stuff will be broadcast to all the client listeners. Just have to get this last little bit done. You know, basically doing this same thing that the DB local state is doing, just a little different. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll allow that. Hi, Redston. How's it going? I'm doing something real low level right now, trying to implement SSE, which is server sent events, on the server so that it replaces my usage of Firebase. So I use Firebase in two ways. I use it for the real-time database and also for Firestore. And if you're not familiar with server sent events, it's kind of like socket IO, except it's unidirectional. It only goes one way. So it lets the server send data to the client, and there's like a bunch of listeners, and so the server's just pushing this data to the clients. And that's what I'm working on right now. I'm trying to efficiently like split up the data that I send to each client. Upload and download? Sort of. But like, so I'm working on Foony, okay? And this is like a bunch of different games. And the idea behind the games is that you can play with as many people as the gameplay supports. Hello. And so what I mean by that is like Foony Flippers. This game supports 100 players at a time. Papa Word. This game supports 1,000 players at a time. Paint Job. This game also supports 1,000. 4 in a row. This game supports like 40-something players. You know, it's based on the size of the whole board, and it's round robin. And Dynamite. I want this game to support 1,000 players. But the thing with supporting 1,000 players is that it's 100 times harder than supporting 100 players. It's not 10 times harder, it's 100 times harder. Because there's all these players, you know, the state is updating constantly, you know, thousands of times a second. And so we need to make sure that we're not lagging the server and we're not lagging the clients. It's very difficult. And Firebase, the real-time database, was not up to the task. There is a limit of 1,000 writes a second on Firebase, and that basically makes it unusable for anything of scale. And the way I was using the real-time database is essentially as like a broadcaster. I wanted the server to send an event to the database, and I just wanted to have the database broadcast it to all the clients. I didn't want to have to deal with anything else. You know, I didn't want to have to deal with like clients reconnecting. I didn't even care if the data just disappeared after like a few hours. That was fine. You know, it could disappear. I just wanted it for the broadcasting. And the real-time database just is not good enough. So that's what I'm working on right now. So, okay, we've split up the parts. I feel like this should actually be part of split broadcast data. So I need a ref. I need some kind of a child, which is this thingy. And I need to type. Okay. So we've split it up into parts. So we have public data. And we have private data. And that is just, I'll just say it's an any as again, just for simplicity. I can't be bothered with types right this second. Oh, what the heck? Okay, what's the proper type? Okay, public room, game session has game states. Game state public user. All right, we've got private user data. Great stuff. So we need to iterate over either the ref or the other jazz. Okay, so how are we doing this part? Okay, so it's either going to be like a list of just the ref, or it's going to be a list of the ref added to all of the child elements. So that would be object.keys of child dot map key to ref / key. Okay, so now we've ensured that even if there's no child, then it's gonna be that. Okay, great. Wait, no. If it is an update and it's update with null, That means do nothing. Yeah, we want this. Okay, cool. All right. Ref, / key, all that jazz. Great stuff. Okay, now we have parts. Okay. Now, how do I know if it is part of public data? If parts bracket 0 not is equal to game sessions. Well then continue. All right. And now the next part is the game session ID. Okay. And then we have all this other stuff. So game states, private users. This is the important one. This is what we're looking for. All right, so if we've got game sessions, game session ID, game state, or it's public. So if it's public, then let's just do let's follow this format here. So this will be all right, so how does this work? This is going to be t extends we don't really have a type T in here, do we? Let's just say it's this. Some abstract thing. Good enough. So this will be T bracket game session public. Oh, what the heck is it called? Okay, let's see. Public game session, I think is what it is. Maybe it's actually game session public. Yeah. Game session public. There we go. Okay. Or no. That's gonna be games. Private game state would be this. Type null. All right, let's see what the public room, no, not public room. Yeah, just room. Which is exported. There we go. Okay, now we've got room. Okay, room members. Okay, well now we have this room data thingamabobber, and we'll just have the split broadcast data return the room data. So I have public data, which is going to be that. Make it a partial. And then we'll have private user data. And it's going to be this whole jazz thing, right? You know what? Let's just do it this way. Public data is partial room data. No, we don't have to specify this. Am I using GitHub Actions to run tests? No, but I should be. Instead, I have a deploy script. And this deploy script here, it runs the tests. It builds the stuff, runs the tests, and if it succeeds, it'll do the deploy. Else it fails. But best practice is to run your tests before any commit. You don't want your master branch to ever be in a broken state. Like, you should be able to go to any version at any time and it should work. It doesn't always work out that way, but you know, in unicorn land, that's the idea. All right, so let's see, broadcast to user. All right, we're getting a little closer now. So if this is public, then that means public data bracket or public data dot game session public. I just realized that's not going to work very well for accessing the individual keys. Okay, you know what? We can't do it this way. We'll have to have a slight change to this. Don't know what to name something? Call it Imple. Problem solved. Sometimes I code in ways that are not best practices because I am lazy. Honestly, when I was at Google, I saw so many methods end with the word Imple. So many. Okay, split broadcast data Imple. So this implements the method for split broadcast. Yeah. So this is only for sets. And now we have a much easier time reasoning about all this jazz. Okay. So if it is public, well, it's almost like I want a builder pattern. Good morning. Welcome. I think I want a builder pattern for this. I want a broadcast builder, or I pass it the stuff and then it figures out what else. Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? We'll just do a really bad version of a broadcast builder. No, you know, maybe I'll just do it right. Looking at my comments, you realize your code could be cleaner? Oh no. If that's the one thing I do that is actually fairly decent is I comment my stuff. Because you're gonna be a stranger to your own code down the line, you know, just even in a few months. So take the time to comment your code when you understand it best, which is when you're implementing it. I find that is the #1 most useful thing for maintaining a code base is good comments. Okay, so we've got this rooms. All right, let's make a broadcast builder. We're gonna do a builder pattern. Been a while since I've done a builder pattern. I did these a lot more when I was dealing in Java because in Java you have auto values everywhere. So one of the best practices is anything that you pass into a method is immutable. You don't change it. It's immutable. So for example, I would say that this is a bug. If I do something like child.foo equals bar, I would say this is an error because I'm making a change to a parameter in this method. So I would consider that a bug. Other things is you want everything to be private by default. Only expose the methods and stuff as needed. So you want to go from most private to least private. So first it's private, and then if you can get away with protected, you do protected. If you can't get away with protected, then it's public. For Java, you throw in package private as well. All right, so let's see. We're doing this broadcast thing. We got a broadcast builder. This metal awarder is basically the same thing as a builder. All right. So export class broadcast. All right, what does a broadcast have? Well, a broadcast has two things. Instead of room data, now this is broadcast data. All these import thingamabobbers comes from this. Great stuff. Okay, so private read-only. Righto, this is what I want. These two things. Private read-only. Great stuff, great stuff. Okay, so room data. No, this is broadcast data. So what we're doing again is we are figuring out what data we want to send to each of the different clients. In fact, this probably isn't even part of the broadcast data. Because broadcast data is probably going to be even simpler than that. It's just going to be private read-only. And then maybe it's going to be two very simple things. I'm thinking here, okay, so let's say a set occurs and that set includes private data. If it's a set that contains private data, you have to split it up into a set and another set, where the other set is just the private data. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that should work. Okay, so let's do public data string. Read only. Private user data. This is just gonna be like the compiled data that we have to send out to each user. Okay, how bad is this gonna be on memory? So if we have up to 1,000 users, it's 1,000, multiply it by, let's just say like 1,000. So it's like a megabyte. That's not the end of the world. As long as it's only a megabyte. Yeah, it shouldn't be any bigger than that. This is private user data. That's usually very small. All right, so now how does a builder work? Well, you got a public static builder thingamabobber. Okay, great. So public static builder. Return new this dot builder. Builders are convenient when you want to like hide some methods or when you want to make like immutable stuff. They're not that I don't think they're used that often in TypeScript, but they are used in Java, which is Java loves its object-oriented design patterns. All right, so builder, I've got this builder thingamabobber. All right, so because this is going to be a broadcast, we're going to make it relatively good. Is this TypeScript? Yes, it is. We are implementing, we're basically implementing some sort of Firebase real-time database in TypeScript without the real-time database and without the database part of the real-time database, but with the real-time. So we have listeners that we're using SSE, which is server sent events. The server keeps a connection open to the client that the client has initiated. We've implemented user authentication in a very rudimentary way, but it works. And it doesn't need to be secure, so that's why I didn't bother making it secure. The important thing is performance, because we want to make real-time games with as many players as possible. So for example, I'm working on this game called Dynamite right now, and right now it supports up to about 50 players. 50 is a good number, but it could be way higher, and currently even with 50, there's a bit of lag because of the real-time database. So using SSE, I'm hoping that I'll be able to completely eliminate that lag. It should greatly reduce the latency. I'm thinking that the latency should go from like 200 to 1 second, like 200 millis to 1 second, down to like, I don't know, 50 millis, 100 millis, somewhere around there. But in order to get there, I have to do this semi boring stuff. It's very low level. We're basically like, we're not quite packet crafting, but we kind of are, because I'm splitting up the data that the clients receive. Reason being, I don't want to leak private information. So if I'm playing Foony Flippers, which is similar to Uno, for example, a player knows what their hand is, but other players don't know what their hand is. And I don't want to leak that information. So I'm trying to figure out what the best way is of splitting up the data for each user. The trick is that I bundle things up. So if I take a look at Dynamite, for example, I bundle this data up. This update is to all users. And the reason why you bundle it up like this is because typically when you're dealing with a database, these bundles are more efficient. You want to have as few requests to the database as possible, you know, and that helps. But that's not particularly useful when doing these broadcasts. In fact, one thing I'm considering is not doing it this way. Maybe you know, you just split it up. Instead of doing all that, you just have like this.update user. And then you just say, you know, like this particular information for the lives and scores and other stuff. But that's okay. We can do it this other way too. Maybe once I replace the real-time database, then I can revisit this and make it even more efficient. Okay. So we make this builder, and now we have to build it, but we also have to add stuff to it. Okay. So how does it work? Type undefined is not assignable. What in the hey-ho? How did I first start with React? I started by writing code. I think I spent my first day with React on a tutorial for how to implement like tic-tac-toe or something. And then halfway through that, I was just like, okay, I figured out kind of what I want. And then I read a little bit about class components and functional components. TLDR, use functional components. You never need to use a class component. Don't even bother learning them. And then I wasted a lot of time learning about Redux, tried implementing Redux, realized it's a waste of time. So don't use Redux, is my opinion. Yeah, I basically started from making small projects. Foony, in fact, is my first React app. This site is my first app in React. Yeah. Thanks. Let's just say this is it's kind of an any. I'll just do that. All right. So now this is the thing where you have to split the parts all up. But yeah, just you start with something small and you just slowly build on it and you learn along the way. I find that's the best way to learn. All right, so we've got this. Oh, I can't access to data because now it's not really defined at the time. Okay, let's just do it this way then. All right, there we go. I mean, instead of making like a whole broadcast thing, I can just return something like this. First time you've seen a nested class in TypeScript? Yeah, well, not the first time in Java, right? In Java, you have all these like dot builder things, and so they're pretty common in Java. This is a Java pattern, not a JavaScript pattern. Okay, so let's do this. What do I want this to be? I want this to be public data. And I want this to be private user data. Now the private user data is a little different because yeah, that's kind of messy. Let me think. Okay, so if it's one of these builder things, it's only ever going to be a single location for this, so it should be fine to rewrite this. So it's like this. And then we don't have to worry about this. Right, so now that part's done, and then we can do this. If parts bracket 2 is public. Okay, so if this is public, then we want this to be included. The question is, how nested is it? How do I do this with DP local state? I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel here. Oh, I see. So then this needs to be... It's almost like I want to be able to like pull out the object given the parts. Yeah, okay, that's what I want. Okay. It's almost like get object from path, which is, I think, something very similar to the way that I think Lodash actually has something where it can like get a nested object. Yeah, something like this. Lodash.get or underscore.get. This is actually extraordinarily similar. Just a little different. So let's see, get object from path, parts, string, and then it'll be an object. So let's see, the way this would work is I have some kind of a ref like game sessions, game session ID. All right, so then it'll be like game sessions, blah. This needs to be public. So we'll start at that and then we'll go like result ref equals result ref bracket part. So we're kind of making like this slightly nested object. All right. So then it'll be results bracket part equals a new object. Very similar to this code here. Well, I don't even know if you can see my code. There. Maybe now you can. So then we just iterate over all of the parts. Let's see, and then the last thing, now we're ready to update our state at const key equals parts, the very last one. This could be simplified too. And this could be like dot at -1. But I guess that's not fully supported yet. Let me just 100%, let me just very quickly verify that this works. I'm like 98% sure it does, but I want to be 100% sure. Yeah, 0, -1. Yep, okay. And this is why I check. Okay, result bracket part equals blah, result ref. Okay. All right, now we do this. And that's going to be the value. I believe that's exactly what I want right there. Actually, no, if I make a broadcast like this, that's going to be weird because then on the client, it's not going to understand. Ah, I need to be doing this more on the client. Okay. So I need to rewrite. Okay. So I need to simplify this then. Okay. The broadcast data can't just be these objects. It needs to be more basic. It just needs to be like a bunch of these refs along with the child. Okay. All right, that'll handle a send and that'll handle an update. And now, what else do I need to do? So I need to change it from like a server ref to a client ref because the client only has this very simple understanding. I guess it's okay to leave it like this. Okay, so let's see. So let's see, we'll have that. Maybe we'll also include like set, which is a broadcast ref send. Okay, so that's all the data we need. We don't have this anymore. We don't need this. All right, I think I'm gonna keep working on this later, but yeah, that's gonna be it for now. Tomorrow, I'm hoping that I'll have this finished and then I'll be able to show it off on the clients and you'll be able to be like, oh wow, look, they're getting different updates. But for now, this is where I'm at. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, and take care. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little more exciting. I'll get this SSE thing wrapped up and we'll be back on updating the site theme. Anyways, take care. And I guess now I've got to find somebody to raid. Well, thanks for watching. Wow, you watched like a long time. Thanks. Software and game development. Let's see. How about let me open up this thing here. Any recommendations on who to raid? Otherwise, I'll just raid some random person. Oh, this is neat. This person's doing a Kotlin. Is this English? Yes, it is. All right, take care, everyone. Bye.